A canopy of iron and stone hangs low above the creek, while the emerald carpet rolls toward the jagged mountain peak. The shadows play a hollow game upon the dusty ground, where the river hums a melody and silence is the sound. Beneath the arc of yesterday we watch the world grow wide, across the open meadow where the restless spirits hide. I recall the rusted girders and the way the concrete sighed, as we stood within the darkness while the sunlight stayed outside. The cattle graze the distance where the wire fences end, and the wind becomes a messenger around the river bend. There's a heavy weight of gravity that pulls against the soul, but the green horizon beckons us to make the broken whole. We are travelers of the hollow and the masters of the play, finding shelter in the structure and the cleansing in the rain. A canopy of iron and stone hangs low above the creek, while the emerald carpet rolls toward the jagged mountain peak. The shadows play a hollow game upon the dusty ground, where the river hums a melody and silence is the sound. Beneath the arc of yesterday we watch the world grow wide, across the open meadow where the restless spirits hide. The engineers have gone away and left us still to rest, but the soil remains a witness and it gathers up the dust. You can hear the ancient footsteps in the swaying of the blade, as the heat of noon is swallowed by the coolness of the shade. It's a lonesome kind of freedom when the sky is all you own, moving through the tall stars like a king without a throne. Don't look back toward the city where the walls begin to close. Follow where the water wanders and the wild clover grows. A canopy of iron and stone hangs low above the creek, while the emerald carpet rolls toward the jagged mountain peak. The shadows play a hollow game upon the dusty ground, where the river hums a melody and silence is the sound. Beneath the arc of yesterday we watch the world grow wide, across the open meadow where the restless spirits hide. Morning light through the window glass, dust in the air, the world moves fast. But here with you, time slows down. Soft guitar and a quiet town. We don't need a crowded place, just this table, just this space. Coffee and sunlight in your eyes, little moments, little highs. No big dreams, just simple days, laughing in a million ways. If the world keeps rushing by, let it go, don't ask me why. All I need is you and me. Coffee, warmth and easy breeze. Footsteps fade on city streets, warm cup resting in between. No loud words, no grand design, just your hand reaching for mine. Let the noise stay far away, we'll be fine right here today. Coffee and sunlight in your eyes, little moments, little highs. No big dreams, just simple days, laughing in a million ways. If the world keeps rushing by, let it go, chasing skies is off to shades, but for now, this is enough. Gentle love, no need to rush. Coffee and sunlight, stay a while. Stay with me and make me smile. In this quiet corner seat, life feels slow and life feels sweet. Dust settled on a jagged road I paved with bone. They cast their shadows long across my threshold stone. A circle of cold eyes watching for the moment I might fall. But I have built a fortress wall against their hollow call. The spit of the crowd is the salt that keeps my spirit keen. I am the grit inside the gears of their well-oiled machine. The only language I speak. Let the thunder roll and the lightning strike the ground. I am the mountain peak that refuses to be found. They call it a crime, stare directly at the sun. But my race is the only one that has truly just begun. I will not bow to the kings of the gray and the bleed. The fire in my chest is the only language I speak. Let the thunder roll and the lightning strike the ground. I am the mountain peak that refuses to be found. They call it a crime to stare directly at the sun. But my race is the only one that has truly just begun. Your blueprints are prisons and your gold is merely laid. I fought on the scraps of the lies that your ancestors spread. Now I am starving for a truth that your hands cannot hold. The story of a rebel heart that will never be controlled. The bridge is behind me and the wood is turning to ash. I welcome the sting and the heat of the legislative lash. The wolves are at the gate with their teeth biting a grin, but they do not know the fierce capacity of the skin I am in. They trade their souls for a seat at a table of ghosts, while I march alone past the lines of the frantic hosts. I will not bow to the keys of a prey and the bleed. The iron in my chest is the only language I speak. Let the thunder roll and the lightning strike the ground. I am a mountain peak that refuses to be found. Look all around, just stare directly at the sun. The race is the only one that is truly just begun. I will not bow to the kings of regret and the bleak. The fire in my chest is the only language I speak. Let the thunder roll and the lightning strike the ground. I am the mountain peak that refuses to be down. They call it a crime to stare directly at the sun, but my race is the only one that has truly just begun. I will not bow to the killers of the gray and the bleak. The fire in my chest is the only language I speak. Let the thunder roll and the lightning strike the ground. I am a mountain peak that refuses to be found. They call it a crime to stare directly at the sun, but my race is the only one that has truly just begun.
The dusty highway stretches thin and gray. I watched the taillights fade and melt away. She left a hollow space inside my chest, a heavy heart that never finds its rest. The map is torn and soaked by midnight rain. I try to steer through walls of silent pain. Every street sign points to nowhere new, and every shadow wears a shade of you. But I have fire locked beneath my skin. I will not let the winter settle in. Though the compass spins without a goal, there is a wildness deep within my soul. I am climbing up the jagged edge of night, chasing down a ghost of golden light. The wind may howl to tear me from the ground, but I am lost until I can be found. My boots are worn, but still I push ahead, ignoring every word the doubters said. The road is long and the stars are out of sight, but I am climbing up the jagged edge of night. I see the faces in the passing cars. They hide their wounds and cover up their scars. I threw the keys into the tall green grass and watch the ghosts of all my failures pass. My pocket's empty, but my spirit high on the vastness of this lonely sky. The heavy chains of love have fallen loose. I broke the circle and the tightened noose, for I have fire locked beneath my skin. I will not let the winter settle in. Though the compass spins without a goal, there is a wildness deep within my soul. I am climbing up the jagged edge of night, chasing down a ghost of golden light. The wind may howl to tear me from the ground, but I am lost until I can be found. My boots are worn, but still I push ahead, ignoring every word the doubters said. The road is long and the stars are out of sight, but I am climbing up the jagged edge of night. Dust settles heavy on this hollow road. I am carrying the weight of a bottle load. No map in my pocket, just a compass of bone. Walking through the static, entirely alone. The horizon is a lion that I cannot erase, hunting for the mercy in the nameless place. My shadow is a stranger that I used to know, moving through the valleys where the cold winds blow. I broke every tether and I cut every tie, underneath the ceiling of a bruised and purple sky. There is no congregation and there is no choir, just the smoke ascending from a dying fire. The wildness in my marrow is a restless bird, searching for a gospel that I never heard. I am the only witness to the miles I have run, a solitary figure in the sinking sun. Thump, thump, the hammer hits a hollow chest, the only clock the ticking never lets me rest. Thump, thump, the drum is beating loud and fast, the frantic signal trying to outrun the past. I am wandering the canyon of the deep within, trying to wash the copper from my weathered skin, seeking out a pardon in the pouring rain, while the steady pulse is calling out my name. Thump, thump, the hammer hits a hollow chest, the only clock the ticking never lets me rest. Thump, thump, the drum is beating loud and fast, a frantic signal trying to outrun the blast. I did hydra in the canyon of the deep within, trying to wash the copper from my weathered skin, seeking out a pardon in the pouring rain, while the steady pulse is calling out my name. pacing circles by the heavy iron door. The silence is a mountain that I have to climb, paying off the interest on a stolen time. But the blood is a river that refuses to freeze, bending my spirit, but never my knees. I am digging for the treasure in the shifting sand, with nothing but the calluses upon my hand. Thump, thump, that hammer hits the heart of chest, the only clock a ticking that lets me rest. Thump, thump, the drum is beating loud and fast, a frantic signal trying to outrun the clouds. I am wandering the canyon of the deep within, trying to wash the copper from my leaded skin, seeking out a cotton in the pouring rain, while a steady pulse is calling out my name. Now thump, the hammer hits the hollow chest, the only clock that ticking never lets me rest. Thump, thump, the drum is beating loud and fast, a frantic signal trying to outrun the cast. I am wandering the canyon of the deep within, trying to wash the copper from my velvet skin, seeking out a garden in the pouring rain, while the steady pulse is calling out my name. Chest, the only clock the ticking never lets me rest. Thump, thump, the drum is beating loud and fast, the frantic signal trying to outrun the past. I am wandering the canyon of the deep within, trying to wash a copper on my reddish skin, seeking out a garden is a pouring rain, while the state pulse is calling out my name. The ancient spine of the mountain range stands cold against the shifting sky. We walk upon the crust of change with fragile breath and wandering eye. The cedar roots drink deep below, where silent waters carve the stone. We reap the seeds we did not sow in kingdoms we can never own. A sudden gale begins to howl, the forest bends its heavy knee. The predator is on the prowl, beyond the reach of what we see. The thunder speaks in heavy chords, a language older than our pride. We lay down on a rusted source, with nowhere left for us to hide. Bow your head to the rising tide, let the ego drift away. For the wild is wide and the water is deep, and we are cast within the day. The majesty of the storm and sun of balance we must learn to keep, before the thread is all undone, while the mighty giants sleep. Our towers out of glass and claimed the soil was ours to tame. But every season comes to pass and nature does not know our name. The lightning writes upon the dark a testament of holy dread. We are but a flickering spark, by the mercy of the earth be fed. The morning brings a quiet dew, the valleys breathe a silver haze. The world begins itself anew, indifferent to our fleeting gaze. To stand in awe is to be wise, to fear the power in the dust and look up with a humbled eye. is wide and the wild is deep, and when I guess we're there a day, the majesty of the storm and sun, love balance we must learn to keep before the thread is all undone while the mighty giants sleep. Bow your head to the rising tide, let the ego drift away, for the wild is wide and the wild is deep, and me I guess we're there a day. The majesty of the storm and sun, love balance we must learn to keep before the thread is all undone while the mighty giants sleep. The dust settles heavy on this hollow road. I am carrying the weight of a borrowed load. No map in my pocket, just a compass of bone. Walking through the static, entirely alone. The horizon is a line that I cannot erase. Hunting for the mercy in a nameless place. My shadow is a stranger that I used to know. Moving through the valleys where the cold winds blow. I broke every tether and I cut every tie. Underneath the ceiling of a bruised and purple sky. There is no congregation and there is no choir, just the smoke ascending from a dying fire. The wildness in my marrow is a restless bird, searching for a gospel that I never heard. I am the only witness to the miles I have run, a solitary figure in the sinking sun. Thump, the hammer hits the hollow chest. The only clock that ticking never lets me rest. Thump, the drum is beating loud and fast. A frantic signal trying to outrun the haze. I am wandering the canyon of the deep within, trying to wash the copper from my weathered skin, seeking out a pardon in the pouring rain, while the steady pulse is calling out my name. Thump, the hammer hits the hollow chest. The only clock that ticking never lets me rest. Thump, the drum is beating loud and fast. A frantic signal trying to outrun the past. I am wandering the canyon of the deep within, trying to wash the copper from my weathered skin, seeking out a pardon in the pouring rain, while a steady pulse is calling out my name. The mind is a cathedral with a broken floor. I am pacing circles by the heavy iron door. Her silence is a mountain that I have to climb, paying off the interest on a stolen time. But the blood is a river that refuses to freeze, bending my spirit but never my knees. I am digging for the treasure in the shifting sand, with nothing but the calluses upon my hand. Thump, the hammer hits the hollow chest. The only clock that ticking never lets me rest. Thump, the drum is beating loud and fast. A frantic signal trying to outrun the past. I am wandering the canyon of the deep within, trying to wash the copper from my weathered skin, seeking out bloodshed. The only clock that's ticking never lets me rest. Lets me rest. Thump, thump, the drum is beating loud and fast. Beating loud and tight. Frantic signal trying to outrun the past. I am wandering the canyon of the deep within, trying to wash the copper from my weathered skin. From my weathered skin.
The shoreline fades to a thin gray line, while I stand frozen in the salt and spray, watching the heavy iron cut to the brine, leaving the ghosts of the former day. Every face is a mask of stone, every word is a coin tossed in the deep. I am walking a day that is not my own, with a heavy promise I meant to keep. There is a wall built of wind and foam, a distance that measures the soul, searching for signs of a long lost home in a world that has lost control. The heart is a map of unknown trails, winding through forests of silent pine. The ship is a cage with tattered sails, crossing an invisible boundary line. I am longing for dirt beneath my feet, for the past where the wild rice grow, where the bitter and the honey meet and the secret waters flow. The engine drums a hollow prayer beneath the rusted floor, beneath my boots. There is a chill hanging in the air, tearing at the strength of ancient roots. I remember the shade of the willow tree and the dust on the older track. Now there is nothing but the open sea and no bridge to carry me back. There is a wall built of wind and foam, a distance what measures the soul, searching for signs of a long lost home in a world that has lost control. The heart is a map of unknown trails, winding through forests of silent pine. The ship is a cage with tattered sails, crossing an invisible boundary line. I am longing for dirt beneath my seat, for the past where the wild rice grow, where the bitter and the honey meet and the secret waters flow. The heart is a map of unknown grails, winding through forests of silent pine. The ship is a cage with tattered sails, crossing an invisible boundary line. I am longing for dirt beneath my seat, for the paths where the wild rice grow, where the bitter and the honey meet and the secret waters flow. The heart is a map of unknown trails, hiding through forests of silent pine. The ship is a cage with tattered sails, crossing an invisible boundary line. I am longing for dirt beneath my seat, for the paths where the wild rice grow, where the bitter and the honey meet and the secret waters flow. The steam drifts up in silver lines against the window pane, while shadows stretch in silent vines to catch the falling rain. The porcelain is warm and white between my folded hands, a quiet truce with fading light. moments choose to stay and settle on the floor. No heavy weight to pull us down, no frantic pace to keep, just amber lamps and velvet brown before the city falls asleep. A subtle hum beneath the floor, a pulse that understands that less is always something more, in hollow palms and open hands. The corner bench has worn away to tell of settled years, where golden sunlight used to play and laughter dried the tears. The air is thick with roasted beans and pages turning slow among the familiar rustic scenes where only soft things grow. The pendulum begins to sway in a deliberate arc, holding back the gray before the coming dark. The hour lingers slow and sweet, like sugar at the base of every story incomplete within this sheltered space. The world outside can spin and fray beyond the heavy door, but here the moments choose to stay and settle on the floor. The hour lingers slow and sweet, like sugar at the base of every story incomplete within this sheltered space. The world outside can spin and fray beyond the heavy door, but here the moments choose to stay and settle on the floor. The dusty highway stretches thin and gray. I watch the taillights fade and melt away. She left a hollow space inside my chest, a heavy heart that never finds its rest. The map is torn so by midnight rain. I try to steer through walls of silent pain. Every street sign points to nowhere new, and every shadow wears a shade of you. But I have fire locked beneath my skin. I will not let the winter settle in. Though the compass spins without a goal, there's a wildness deep within my soul. I am climbing up the jagged edge of night, chasing down a ghost of golden light. The wind may howl and tear me from the ground, but I am lost until I can be found. My boots are warm, but still I push ahead, ignoring every word the doubter said. The road is long and the stars are out of sight, but I am climbing up the jagged edge of night. I see the faces in the passing cars. They hide their wounds and cover up their scars. I threw the keys into the tall green grass. I watched the ghosts of all my failures pass. My pocket's empty but my spirit high. I own the vastness of this lonely sky. The heavy chains of love that falling loose. I broke the circle and the tight noose. beneath my skin. I will not let the winter settle in. Though the compass thins without a goal, there is a wildness deep within my soul. I'm climbing up the jagged edge of night, chasing down a ghost of golden light. The wind may howl to tear me from the ground, but I'm lost until I can be found. My beats are warm, but still I'll push ahead, ignoring every word the doubters said. The road is long and scars are out of sight, but I'm climbing up the jagged edge of night. The silver spoon rests on a porcelain rim. A quiet steam rises where the light grows dim. The window frames a world in charcoal gray, while inside the shadows find a place to stay. Your voice is like the velvet on a heavy door, softening the creaks across the wooden floor. We trace the things upon a polished oak, wrapped in the stillness of the words unspoke. A single candle hums a golden tune, defying the chill of a waning afternoon. No need for grand gestures or a loud parade, just the gentle pull of the plans we made. This is the warmth that gravity allows, in the hollow of the hour where the spirit bows. A slow burning ember in a sea of slate, where the hurried pulse learns how to wait. Let the coffee settle and the clock unwind, in the secret garden of a peaceful mind. The city outside is a frantic machine, but here the air is filtered and the glass is clean. Small mercies gathered in a simple cup, as the weary weight of the day is lifted up. A low frequency for the heart to hold, turning the common night into silent gold. The brushstrokes of the percussion start to fade, deep in the pocket where the truth is laid. The upright pulse is steady as a heavy breath, taming the ghosts and the stings of vanity's death. You lean across the table with a knowing gaze, cutting a path through the winter's haze. Every sigh is a chapter that we choose to write, in the ink of the evening and the fading light. The walls are listening to the hum of grace, finding their balance in this breathing space. The sugar dissolves like a memory of rain, leaving the comfort washing the pain. The world is a roar, but the room is a prayer, caught in the strands of a lingering air. A soft bulge kingdom where the weary belong, right at the center of a nameless song. This is the warmth that gravity allows, in the hollow of the hour where the spirit bows. A slow burning ember in a sea of slate, where the hurried pulse learns how to wait. Let the coffee settle and the clock unwind, in a secret garden of a peaceful mind. This is the warmth that gravity allows, in the hollow of the hour where the spirit bows. A slow burning ember in a sea of slate, where the hurried pulse learns how to wait. Let the coffee settle and the clock unwind, in a secret garden of a peaceful mind. Beneath the heavy stride, I feel the silver turning cold inside. The window frames rattle in the wind. Where does the safety end and ghost begin? I count the taking moments on the wall, waiting for the sky to break and fall. The shadow stretches long across the door. I haven't felt this hollowed out before. The ink is spreading on a clean white page, a frantic bird inside a rusted cage. The questions multiply within the dark, searching for a flame without a spark. This trembling hand can't hold the weight of doubt. I'm screaming but the breath won't venture out. The future is a good sea, while every heartbeat sounds like mutiny. I'm tethered to a stone beneath the tide, with no one left for weary men to hide. The oxygen is thin and turning gray, as all the certainties just drift away. The morning light is hesitant and pale, a thin disguise upon a jagged veil. I see the cracks along the garden path, the silent reckoning of winter's wrath. My pockets hold the dust of full mistakes, the kind of gravity that never breaks. I'm listening for a voice that never speaks, while salt is carving gullies in my cheeks. The ink is spreading on a clean white page, a frantic bird inside a rusted cage. The questions multiply within the dark, searching for a flame without a spark. This trembling hand can't hold the weight of doubt. I'm screaming but the correct won't venture out. The future is a cliff I cannot see, while every heartbeat sounds like mutiny. I'm tethered to a stone beneath the tide, with nowhere left for weary men to hide. The oxygen is thin and turning gray, as all the certainties just drift away. This trembling hand can't hold the weight of doubt. I'm screaming but the breath won't venture out. The future is a cliff I cannot see, while every heartbeat sounds like mutiny. I'm tethered to a stone beneath the tide, with no one left for weary men to hide. The oxygen is thin and turning gray, as all the certainties just drift away. This trembling hand, this trembling hand, this trembling hand can't hold the weight of doubt. I'm screaming but the breath won't venture out. The future is a cliff I cannot see, while every heartbeat sounds like mutiny. I'm tethered to a stone beneath the tide, with nowhere left for weary men to hide. The oxygen is thin and turning gray, as all the certainties just drift away. Through the window glass, dust in the air, the world moves fast. But here with you, time slows down. Soft guitar in a quiet town. We don't need a crowded place, just this table, just this space. Coffee and sunlight in your eyes, little moments, little highs. No big dreams, just simple days, laughing in a million ways. If the world keeps rushing by, let it go, don't ask me why. All I need is you and me, coffee, warmth, and easy breeze. Footsteps fade on city streets, warm cup resting in between. No loud words, no grand design, just your hand reaching for mine. Let the noise stay far away, we'll be fine right here today. Coffee and sunlight in your eyes, little moments, little highs. No big dreams, just simple days, laughing in a million ways. If the world keeps rushing by, let it go, don't ask me why. All I need is you and me, coffee, warmth, and easy breeze. Maybe someday we'll run away, chasing skies in softer shades. But for now, this is enough. Gentle love, no need to rush. Final hold, final hurt too much. But coffee and sunlight, stay a while. Stay with me and make me smile in this quiet corner seat. Life feels slow and life feels sweet. Coffee and sunlight, coffee and sunlight, coffee and sunlight. cozy in sunlight. Stay a while, stay with me and make me smile in this quiet corner. See my hills low and lights your feet. The ceiling crawls with shadows of a heavy mind. 1,000 bricks are stacked against the light. The clock is ticking like a hammer on a nail. I am searching for a breath in the middle of the night. My collar feels too tight around my jagged throat. The weight of every expectation starts to bloom. I carry mountains that I never asked to climb, while silence fills the corners of this empty room. I reached for gold but caught a fist of bitter dust. The ladder snapped before I touched the highest rung. Every map I drew has turned to sodden ash. The anthems of my youth are left entirely unsung. I see the finish line dissolve into a haze. The prize was just a ghost that vanished in the sun. I built a cathedral on a bed of sinking sand. Now I am staring at the damage I have done. Look at how the feathers catch the sudden wind. The underdog is howling at the silver gates. I took the thorns and wove them into something grand, while bending back the iron bars of cruel fate. I am standing on the ruins with a steady hand. The salt has turned to honey on my tongue today. The victory is a fire that I fueled alone. Watch the hesitation simply wash away. They said the winter was a permanent decree. They bet against the spark inside my weary bones. But even frozen ground holds a secret seed. And now I am sitting on a pile of jagged stones that I turned into a castle with my bleeding palms. The struggle was the teachers that I had to face. There is no glory without the crushing grip of fear. No triumph without falling from a state of grace. The tension was a cord that had to snap at last. I felt the panic turn into a sharpened blade. I cut the anchors that were dragging in the mud and walked out from a cold and suffocating shade. The pressure makes the diamond, no, it breaks the soul. I chose to let the friction forge a harder skin. By the ghost of doubt, this is where the real story can begin. The faces in the crowd are blurring into gray. I only see the path that opens up ahead. The disappointment was a meal I had to eat to find the strength to earn this better life instead. My pulse is steady as a drum within the storm. The fever of the worries finally burned away. I am standing on the ruins with a steady hand. The salt has turned to honey on my tongue today. The victory is a fire that I fueled alone. Watch the hesitation simply wash away. Stains on the kitchenware. A silver spoon where your fingers stood. Small mercies caught in a dusty beam. The quiet fragments of a broken dream. You left the porch light burning low, but you had miles and miles to go. Now I am tracing the shape of the void where every habit has been destroyed. The ghost of a smile in a lukewarm cup. The heavy burden of looking up. A hollow hunger that never ends, where the solid world starts to bend. And drifting through the binary blue, seeking a pixelated glimpse of you in the architecture of a cold machine. The only place where the air is clean. I upload my grief to the humming wire, crossing the sparks of the digital fire. In this sanctuary of flickering light, I am searching for your soul tonight. Data streams like a frozen rain. A mapped out logic for a shapeless pain. I navigate through the corridors of thought, buying at the piece that can't be bought. I see your face in a jagged frame, a sequence of numbers without a name. The smell of rain on a summer street is now a pulse that has lost its beat. The ghost of a smile in a lukewarm cup. A heavy burden of looking up. A hollow hunger that never ends, where the solid world starts to bend. I am drifting through the binary blue, seeking a pixelated glimpse of you in the architecture of a tin machine. The only place where the air is green. I upload my grief to the numbing wire, crossing the spark of a digital fire. In this sanctuary of flickering light, I am searching for your soul tonight. I am drifting through the binary blue, seeking a pixelated glimpse of you in the architecture of a cold machine. The only place where air is clean. I upload my grief to a humming wire, crossing the sparks of the digital fire. In this sanctuary of flickering light, I am searching for your soul tonight. Pixelated glimpse of you in the architecture of a cold machine. The only place where the air is clean. I upload my grief to the humming wire, crossing the sparks of a digital fire. In this sanctuary of flickering light, I am searching for your soul tonight.
The dust of ages settles on the stone where giants walked and carved their names in bone. I trace the lines of every ancient tale before the sun begins to turn so pale. The thunder rolls across the jagged peaks, a language that the mountain silence speaks. I hear the sirens calling from the deep, where all the forgotten promises sleep. The chariot wheels are spinning in the sky, above the fields where fallen heroes lie. 1,000 years are written in the sand by an unseen and ever-reaching hand. I hold the torch against the rising tide, with nowhere left for we're meant to hide. The stars are maps that lead me to the gate, beyond the heavy iron doors of fate. Stand firm within the center of the storm, until the frozen earth begins to warm. Believe the unseen path beneath your feet, where every bitter road becomes so sweet. The heavens open wide to let you through. The old foundations crumble for the new. Carry the fire through the darkest night, until the day unfolds in blinding light. the dragons fade into the morning mist, by every ghost and every phantom kiss. The golden fleece is just a ragged thread, if you cannot wake the spirit from its bed. The walls of Troy are melted into rain, to wash away the sorrow and the pain. The truth remains when every idol falls, it answers when the lonely spirit calls. I walk the labyrinth without a thread, ignoring every word the shadow said. The Minotaur is just a paper mask, to finish every heavy laden task. The nectar flows from fountains made of glass, as all the hollow kings and queens shall pass. I plant my garden in the barren clay, and wait for light to find a better way. Stand firm within the center of the storm, until the frozen earth begins to warm. Believe the unseen past beneath your feet, where every bitter road becomes so sweet. The heaven open wide to let you through, the old foundations crumble for the new. Carry the fire through the darkest night, until the day unfolds in blinding light. Stand firm within the center of the storm, until the frozen earth begins to warm. Believe the unseen path beneath your feet, where every bitter road becomes so sweet. The heavens open wide to let you through, the old foundations crumble for the new. Carry the fire through the darkest night, until the day unfolds in blinding light.
Morning air tastes like rusted iron, a heavy ceiling pressing on the scroll. The clock is ticking but the hands stay frozen, while every promise turns to grey and old. I see the men in suits with hollow eyes, counting the pennies in a broken jar. They sell the sunlight as a grand prize, but leave us shivering behind the bar. The ink is dry on the crooked line, the grapes are bitter on the dying vine. My pockets hold nothing but a jagged stone, a restless hunger in the marrow of my bone. This is the ache of a hollow heart, the sound of a world falling keen apart. There is no peace in the valley today, just the cold wind blowing the dreams away. This is the weight of a heavy debt, a fire riding that is not peach yet. This is the ache of a hollow heart, the sound of a world falling keen apart. There is no peace in the valley today, just the cold wind blowing the dreams away. This is the weight of a heavy debt, a fire rising that is not peach yet. The streetcar rattles down a dead-end track, carrying ghosts with burdens on their back. We traded our sweat for a plastic crown, and watched the masters burn the harvest down. The radio talks, but it has no tongue, singing the songs that should remain unsung. A wall of glass between the rich and poor, while someone kicks against the bolted door. The ink is dry on a crooked line, the grapes are bitter on a dying vine. My pockets hold nothing but a jagged stone, a restless hunger in the marrow of my bone. This is the ache of a hollow heart, the sound of a world falling clean apart. There is no peace in the valley today, Tide crashes hard against the jagged shell. The salt heavy tongue licks the wounds of the shore. While I drift through a ghost circuit inside myself, searching for a pulse behind a locked digital door. Your ghost is a signal that flickers and fades across the vast reaches where the satellites sleep in the static of 1,000 long lost decades and the promises that the motherboard couldn't keep. This current flows deeper than the ocean floor, where the binary starlight begins to drown. I am knocking on a hollow and electric door in the heart of a shimmering phantom town. Our love is a wire stretched thin and tight between the crashing foam and the endless code. A spark in the hollow of a data heavy night, traveling down a long and lonely road. This current flows deeper than the ocean floor, where the binary starlight begins to drown. I am knocking on a hollow and electric door in the heart of a shimmering phantom town. Our love is a wire stretched thin and tight between the crashing foam and the endless cold. A spark in the hollow of a data heavy night, traveling down a long and lonely road. Sand in the gears and brine in the lungs. The hardware is resting as the moon starts to climb. We speak in the silence of forgotten tongues, trapped in the clockwork of synthetic time. The horizon is burning in a pixelated haze as the spray hits the screen of a dying sun. We are lost in the maps of a crystalline maze, with nowhere to hide and nowhere to run. The waves are rewriting the shape of the land, washing away the footprints of the machine. I reach for the ghost of a physical hound in the spaces that hover somewhere in between. The server is humming a low and heavy moan as the white water bakes on the silicon reef. I'm standing here waiting and purely alone in a kingdom of iron and technological greed. This crown flows deeper than the ocean floor, where the planetary starlight begins to drown. I am knocking on a hollow with electric door in the heart of a shimmering phantom town. Our love is a wire stretched thin and tight between the grassy foam and the endless cold. A spark in the hollow of a data heavy night, traveling down a long and lonely road. This current flows deeper than the ocean floor, where the binaries are like against a drown. I am knocking on a hollow and electric door in the heart of a shimmering phantom town. Our love is a wire stretched thin and tight between the brushing foam and the endless cool. A spark in the hollow of a data heavy night, traveling down a long and lonely road.
The dust settles heavy on the boots today. 1,000 faces turning the other way. I watched a kettle boil in a roadside shack while the locomotive rattled on the silver track. The conductor checked his watch with a frozen stare, like he was counting seconds in the empty air.
The billboards are peeling on the edge of town, watching the kingdom slowly tumbling down. I saw a woman weaving through the marketplace with a map of sorrows run across her face.
She didn't look at me and I didn't speak, just felt the winter wind biting at my cheek.
Every mile is a question that won't let me be, between the rolling hills and the graying sea. I am a ghost in a jacket made of wool and twine, searching for a signal on a broken line. Oh, the distance is a shadow that I cannot outrun, traced circles of a pale and weary sun. The strangers are islands in a sea of drifting sand. Nobody reaches for a weary traveler's hand. It is a long road through the silence and the cold, where the stories of the lonely are the only ones told. I sat on a bench where the pigeons fight for a crumb,
Waiting for a feeling that never truly
a
comes.
man in a suit dropped a coin in a cup,
But he didn't lean down and he didn't look up.
just a mechanical motion in a clockwork world.
Like a faded flag that is never quite unfurled.
The window on the bus was afraid for the night, catching the flicker of a distant yellow light.
I see the families gather around the blowing stove,
While I am drifting better from the ones I love.
my suitcase is lighter than it was at the
But
start.
there is a heavy iron locked inside my heart. Every mile is a question that won't let me be, between the rolling hills and the graying sea. I am a ghost in a jacket made of wool and twine, searching for a signal on a broken line. Oh, the distance is a shadow that I cannot outrun, tracing the circles of a pale and weary sun. The strangers are islands in a sea of drift on sand. Nobody reaches for a weary traveler's hand. It is a long road through the silence and the cold, where the stories of the lonely are the only ones told. Oh, the distance is a shadow that I cannot outrun, tracing the circles of a pale and weary sun. The strangers are islands in a sea of drifting sand. Nobody reaches for a weary traveler's hand. It is a long road through the silence and the cold, where the stories of the lonely are the only ones told. The silver spoon rests on the porcelain rim. A quiet steam rises where the light grows dim. The window frames the world in charcoal gray, while inside the shadows find a place to stay. Your voice is like the velvet on a heavy door, softening the creaks across the wooden floor. We trace the rings upon the polished oak, wrapped in the stillness of the words unspoke. A single candle hums a golden tune, defying the chill of a waning afternoon. No need for grand gestures or a loud parade, just the gentle pull of the plans we made. This is the one that gravity allows, in the hollow of the hour where the spirit bows. A slow burning ember in a sea of slate, where the hurry pulse learns how to wait. Let the coffee settle and the clock unwind, in the secret garden of a peaceful mind. The city outside is a frantic machine, but here the air is filtered and the glass is clean. Small mercies gathered in the simple cup, as the weary weight of the day is lifted up, a low frequency for the heart to hold, turning a common iron into silent gold. strokes of the percussion start to fade. Deep in the pocket where the truth is laid. The upright pulse is steady as a heavy breath, taming a ghost and the stings of vanity's dead. You lean across the table with a knowing gaze, cutting a path through the winter's haze. Every sigh is a chapter that we choose to write, in the ink of the evening in the fading light. The walls are listening to the hum of praise, finding their balance in this breathing space. The sugar dissolves like a memory of rain, leaving the comfort and washing the pain. The world is a roar, but the loom is a cry, caught in the strands of the lingering air. A soft edge kingdom where the weary belong, right at the center of a nameless song. This is the war that gravity allowed, in the hollow of the hour where the spirit bowed. A slow glory ember in a sea of sage, where the hurry pulse learns all the way. Let the coffee settle and the clock unwind, in the secret garden of a peaceful mind. The foreman counts the iron teeth of the machine, while oil stains the collar of my Sunday best. I spit on the manual and the gray routine, with a heavy hollow beating in my chest. The time clock is a judge that I cannot bribe. Our names are written on the dusty floor. I broke the oath of the working tribe and walked right through that heavy sliding door. But you were standing by the altar rail, with a white veil shielding your weeping eyes. The vows we spoke were destined to fail underneath those cold and industrial skies. I knelt down low to a God I feared, while the gears of the world ground us to dust. The future we built has finally cleared, leaving nothing but salt and ancient rust. The high priest spoke of a sacred bond, but the union boss said I had to stay. I looked for a sign in the great beyond, but the sparks from the welder burned it away. Terror is a shadow that never sleeps, and silence is the debt that I cannot pay. The ring felt cold as a winter nail when I slipped it onto your trembling hand. The factory whistle let out a wail across this drying, exhausted land. You said goodbye in a crowded room, with the scent of ozone thick in the air. The loom of fate is a heavy loom, and there isn't a thread that we can spare. My knees are off from the concrete floor. My heart is a riot that no one can tame. I don't believe in the myths anymore, or the holy weight of your family name. But you were standing by the altar rail, with the white veil shielding your weeping eyes. The vows we spoke were destined to fail underneath those cold and industrial skies. I knelt down fear, while the gifts of the world ground us to dust. The future we built has finally cleared, leaving nothing but salt and ancient rust. Destined to fail underneath those cold and injustice skies. I knelt down low to a God I fear, while the gears of the world ground us to dust. The future we built has finally cleared, leaving nothing but salt and ancient rust. The shoreline fades to a thin gray line, while I stand frozen in the solvent spray, watching the heavy iron cut through the brine, leaving the ghosts of a former day. Every face is a mask of stone, every word is a coin tossed in the deep. I am walking a deck that is not my own, with a heavy promise I meant to keep. There is a wall built of wind and foam, a distance that measures the soul, searching for signs of a long lost home, in a world that has lost control. The heart is a map of unknown trails, winding to forests of silent pine. The ship is a cage with tattered sails, crossing an invisible boundary line. I am longing for dirt beneath my feet, for the paths where the wild briars grow, where the bitter and the honey meet, and the secret waters flow. The engine thrums a hollow prayer beneath the rusted floor, beneath my boots. There is a chill hanging in the air, tearing at the strength of ancient roots. I remember the shade of the willow tree and the dust on the old dirt track. Now there is nothing but the open sea, and no bridge to carry me back. There is a wall built of wind and foam, a distance that measures the soul, searching for signs of a long lost home, in a world that has lost control. The heart is a map of unknown trails, winding through forests of silent pine. The ship is a cage with tattered sails, crossing an invisible boundary line. I am longing to dirt beneath my feet, for the paths where the wild briars grow, where the bitter and the honey meet, and the secret waters flow. The heart is a map of unknown trails, winding through cage with tattered sands, crossing my invisible boundary line. I am longing for dirt beneath my feet, for the past where the wild briars grow, where the bitter and the honey meet, and the secret waters flow.
With shadows of a heavy mind, 1,000 bricks are stacked against the light. The clock is ticking like a hammer on a nail. I am searching for a breath in the middle of the night. My collar feels too tight around a jagged throat. The weight of every expectation starts to bloom. I carry mountains that I never asked to climb, while silence fills the corners of this empty room. I reach for gold, but got a fist of bitter dust. The ladder snapped before I touched the heights. Wrong. Every map I drew was turned to solid ash. The anthems of my youth are left entirely unsung. I see the finish line dissolve into a haze. The prize was just a ghost that vanished in the sun. I built a cathedral on a bed of sinking sand. Now I am staring at the damage I have done. But look at how the feathers catch the sudden wind. The underdog is howling at the silver gates. I took the thorns and wove them into something grand, while bending back the iron bars of cruel fates. I'm standing on the ruins with a steady hand. The salt has turned to honey on my tongue today. The victory is a fire that I fueled alone. Watch the hesitation simply wash away. They said the winter was a permanent decree. They bet against the spark inside my weary bones. But even frozen ground holds a secret seed, and now I'm sitting on a pile of jagged stones that I turned into a castle with my bleeding home. The struggle was the teacher that I had to face. There is no glory without the crushing grip of fear, no triumph without falling from a state of grace. The tension was a cord that had to snap at last. I felt the panic turn into a sharpened blade. I cut the anchors that were dragging in the mud and walked out on the cold and suffocating shade. The pressure makes the diamond, Lord, it breaks the soul. I chose to let the friction forge a harder skin. I am no longer haunted by the ghost of doubt. This is where the real story can begin. The faces in the crowd are blurring into gray. I only see the path that opens up ahead. The disappointment was real, I had to eat to find the strength to earn this better life instead. My pulse is steady as a trumpet from the storm. The fever of the worry has finally run away. I am a master of the wreckage and the climb, the king of everything I conquered on this day. Look at how the feathers catch the sudden wind. The underdog is howling at the silver gates. I took the thorns and wove them into something grand, while bending back the iron bars of cool fates. I am standing on the ruins with a steady hand. The salt has turned to honey on my tongue today. The victory is a fire that I fueled alone. Watch the hesitation simply wash away. Look at how the feathers catch the sudden wind. The underdog is howling at the silver gates. I took
The dust has finally settled on the gravel driveway. I watch your taillights fade into a ghost of red. There is this strange comfort in the silence of this hallway. Now that the heavy weight of us is finally dead, I am pouring out the wine we saved for some anniversary, drinking to the freedom that I never thought I would find. I take a long walk down the center of the boulevard. My stride is lighter than a feather in a gale. It is funny how the ending is the easiest part after 1,000 chapters of a tragic tale. I am looking at my face in the glass of a storefront, seeing a man who does not need your hand to hold. Oh, I am standing on the peak of a high, cold mountain, looking down at the valley where we used to crawl. There is a victory song leaping from a fountain. I'm a master of the rise and a king of the fall. I waited for the horizon to crack and open wide, watching for the moment that you finally stepped aside. The clock on the wall has stopped its frantic ticking. The air in this room is suddenly sweet and clear. I am done with the chosen and the constant picking at the scabs of a love that was built out of fear. The long wait is over at the edge of the pier. I see the people rushing by like a river of shadows. They do not know that chains have just hit the floor. I am planting seeds in the deepest of the fallow meadows. I am not looking for the lock on the door. My eyes are fixed on the point where the blue meets the gray, celebrating the fact that you went on your way. My vision is sharp and the haze has departed. The long vigil ends where the new road is started. I scan the distance until my nerves were frayed. Now I am basking in the choice that we made. Oh, I am standing on the peak of a high, cold mountain, looking down at the valley where we used to crawl. There is a victory song leaping from a fountain. I'm a master of the rise and the king of the fall. I waited for the horizon to crack and open wide, watching for the moment that you finally stepped aside. Standing on the peak of a high, cold mountain, looking down at the valley where we used to crawl. There is a victory song leaping from the fountain. I am a master of the rise and the king of the fall. I waited for the horizon to crack and open wide, watching for the moment that you finally stepped aside. Settles on the porch where we sit, old wood creaking under the weight of time. You speak of seasons I have never seen, of a world that moved at a slower pace. But the words drift past me like dry leaves, falling into a gap we cannot bridge. I watch your hands map out the empty air, tracing ghosts that only your eyes can find. Our father shakes his head behind the glass. He says your mind is wandering off the tracks. He wants to fix the clock that stopped its speed, while you are content to live inside the chime. They call it silence when you lose the thread. I call it a different kind of song. But even I get tangled in the knots when your memories don't match the light of day. There is a canyon carved between our years, deep as the river that carried you here. I hold your palm, but I cannot reach the shore where the old spirits walk and the lions roar. We are two ships anchored in the same dark bay, waiting for a wind that blew the other way. No one understands the language of the skin or the lonely house that we are living in. You tell me about the fire in 44, but my eyes are fixed on a glowing screen. The distance isn't measured by the miles, it is the way we define what is real. You try to hand me a silver tarnished key to a door that was boarded up long ago. I see the shadow of the man you were, but the world only sees a shadow on the wall. There is a canyon carved between our ears, deep as the river that carried you here. I hold your palm, but I cannot reach the shore where the old spirits walk and the lions roar. We are two ships anchored in the same dark bay, waiting for a wind that blew the other way. No one understands the language of the skin or the lonely house that we are living in. There is a canyon carved between our years, deep as the river that carried you here. I'll hold your palm, but I cannot reach the shore where the old spirits walk and the lions roar. We are two ships anchored in the same dark bay, waiting for a wind that blew the other way. No one understands the language of the skin or the lonely house that we are living in. There is a canyon carved between our years, deep as the river that carried you here. I hold your palm, but I cannot reach the shore where the old spirits walk and the lions roar. We are two ships anchored in the same dark bay, waiting for a wind that blew the other way. No one understands the language of the skin or the lonely house that we are living in.
The morning air tastes like rusted iron, a heavy ceiling pressing on the skull. The clock is ticking, but the hands stay frozen, while every promise turns to gray and dull. I see the men in suits with hollow eyes, counting the pennies in a broken jar. They sell the sunlight as a grand prize, but leave us shivering behind the bar. The ink is dry on the crooked line, the grapes are bitter on the dying vine. My pockets pockets hold nothing but a jagged stone, a restless hunger in the marrow of my bone. This is the ache of a hollow heart, the sound of a world falling clean apart. There is no peace in the valley today, just a cold wind blowing the dreams away. This is the weight of a heavy debt, a fire rising that is not peaked yet. This is the ache of a hollow heart, the sound of a world falling clean apart. There is no peace in the valley today, just a cold wind blowing the dreams away. This is the weight of a heavy debt, a fire rising that is not peaked yet. The streetcar rattles down a dead-end track, carrying ghosts with burdens on their back. We traded our sweat for a plastic crown and watched the masters burn the harvest down. The radio talks, but it has no tongue, singing songs that should remain unsung. A wall of glass between the rich and poor, while someone kicks against the bolted door. Crooked line, the grapes are bitter on the dying vine. My pockets hold nothing but a jagged stone, a restless hunger in the marrow of my bone. This is the ache of a hollow heart, the sound of a world falling clean apart. There is no peace in the valley to bear, just a cold wind blowing the dreams away. This is the weight of a heavy debt, a fire rising that is not peaked yet. In the valley to pay, just a cold wind blowing the dreams away. This is the weight of a heavy debt, a fire rising that is not peaked yet.
Searching for a pulse behind a locked digital door. Your ghost is a signal that flickers and fades across the vast reaches where the satellites sleep in the stack of 1,000 long lost decades, and the promises that the motherboard couldn't keep. This current flows deeper than the ocean floor, where the binary starlight begins to drown. I'm knocking on a hollow and electric door in the heart of a shimmering phantom town. Our love is a wire stretched in and tight between the crashing foam and the endless cold. A spark in the hollow of the data heavy night, traveling down a long and lonely road. This current flows deeper than the ocean floor, and the binary starlight begins to drown. I'm knocking on a hollow and electric door in the heart of a shimmering phantom town. Our love is a wire stretched thin and tight between the crashing foam and the endless cold. A spark in the hollow of a data heavy night, traveling down a long and lonely road. Sand in the gears and brine in the lungs, the hardware is resting as the mood starts to climb. We speak in the silence of forgotten tongues, trapped in the clockwork of synthetic time. The horizon is burning in a pixelated haze as the spray hits the screen of a dying sun. We are lost in the maps of a crystalline maze, with nowhere to hide and nowhere to run. The waves are rewriting the shape of the land, washing away the footprints of the machine. I reach for the ghost of a physical hand in the spaces that hover somewhere in between. The server is humming a low and heavy moan as the white water breaks on the silicon reef. I'm standing here waiting and purely alone. environment, technological grade. This current flows deeper than the ocean floor, where the binary starlight begin to drown. I am knocking on a hollow and electric door in the heart of a shimmering phantom town. Our love is a wire stretched thin and tight between the crashing foam and the ambient cold. A spark in the hollow of a bitter heavy night, traveling down along the lonely road. Deeper than the ocean floor, where the binary starlight begins to drown. I am knocking on a hollow electric door in the heart of a shimmering phantom town. Our love is a wire stretched thin and tight between the crashing foam and the endless cold. A spark in the hollow of a bitter heavy night, traveling down along a lonely road.
I watched the kettle boil in a roadside shack
while the locomotive rattled on the silver track.
The conductor checked his watch with a frozen stare,
like he was counting seconds in the empty air.
The billboards are peeling on the edge of town,
watching the kingdom slowly tumbling down.
I saw a woman weaving through the marketplace
with a map of sorrow drawn across her face.
She didn't look at me and I didn't speak,
just felt the winter wind biting at my cheek.
Every mile is a question that won't let me be, between the rolling hills and the graying sea. I am a ghost in a jacket made of wool and twine, searching for a signal on a broken line. Oh, the distance is a shadow that I cannot outrun, tracing the circles of a pale and weary sun. The strangers are islands in a sea of drifting sand. Nobody reaches for a weary traveler's hand. It is a long road through the silence and the cold, where the stories of the lonely are the only ones told. I sat on a bench where the pigeons fight for crumbs, waiting for the feeling that never truly comes. A man in a suit dropped a coin in a cup, but he didn't lean down and he didn't look up. Just a mechanical motion in a clockwork world,
like a faded flag that is never quite unfurled.
The window on a bus is a frame for the night,
catching the flicker of a distant yellow light.
I see the families gather around the glowing stove,
while I am drifting further from the ones I love.
My suitcase is lighter than it was at the start,
but there's a heavy arrow locked inside my heart. Every mile is a question that won't let me be, between the rolling hills and the graying sea. I am a ghost in a jacket made of wool and twine, searching for a signal on a broken line. Oh, the distance is a shadow that I cannot outrun, tracing the circle of a pale weary sun. The strangers are islands in the sea of drifting sand. Nobody reaches for a weary traveler's hand. It is a long road through the silence and the cold, where the stories of the lonely are the only ones told. Is a battle that I cannot outrun, cases and circles of a pale mirror sun. The strangers are writings in a sea of drifting sand. Nobody reaches for a weary traveler's hand. It is a long road through the silence and the cold, where the stories of the lonely are the only ones told. Oh, the distance is a shadow that I cannot outrun, tracing the circles of a pale and weary sun. The strangers are islands in the sea of drifting sand. Nobody reaches for a weary traveler's hand. It is a long road through the silence and the cold, where the stories of the lonely are the only ones told. blankets pressing down upon the crest. I climbed up past the timberline just to find a place to
But
rest.
the summit is a hollow crown made of gray and jagged stone.
And the silence here is louder than the life I used to own. The valley floor is hidden now beneath the shroud of flood, while all the restless thoughts of you are pacing in my head.
I recall a narrow wooden door.
The light would barely creep. A tiny room with cedar planks where the shadows used to sleep.
The hangers rattled softly like a skeleton's thin hand.
And the scent of camphor lingered like a ghost across the land. We changed our skins in private there while the summer day turned cold, trading in our youthful dreams for a story never told. Oh, the heavy blue is rising from the granite and the pine, and I'm standing on the jagged edge of a fading borderline. The locker key is rusting in a pocket full of rain, trying to find a way to wash away this ancient stain. From the peak down to the locker where we hid our hearts away, the gloom is just a passenger that's decided here to stay.
I watched the eagles circling, but they didn't share their flight.
They're just spectators watching as the day turns into night.
I thought the height would offer me a vision clear and wide.
But the higher that I travel, the less there is to hide. The world is just a collection of the things we left behind, scattered in the dark recesses of a weary, restless mind. The air is getting thin and the wind begins to bite. I can see the flicker of a distant lonely light. It's a long way down to the bench where we sat so long ago, watching all the seasons drift like the fallen winter snow. Oh, the heavy blue is rising from the granite and the pine, and I'm standing on the jagged edge of a fading board. The locker key is rusting in a pocket full of rain, trying to find a way to wash away this ancient stain. From the peak down to the locker where we hid our hearts away, the gloom is just a passenger who decided here to stay.
Oh, the heavy blue is rising from the granite and the pine, and I'm standing on the jagged edge of a fading borderline.
The locker key is rusting in a pocket full of rain, trying to find a way to wash away this ancient stain.
From the peak down to the locker where we hid our hearts away,
the gloom is just a passenger that's decided here to stay. Oh, the heavy blue is rising from the granite and the pine, and I'm standing on the jagged edge of a fading board. The locker key is rusting in a pocket full of rain, trying to find a way to wash away this ancient stain. From the peak down to the locker where we hid our hearts away. The iron teeth of the machine, while love stains the color of my Sunday best. I spit on the manual in the gray routine, with a heavy hollow beating in my chest. The time clock is a judge that I cannot bribe. Our names are written on the dusty floor. I broke the oath of the working tribe and walked right through that heavy sliding door. But you were standing by the altar rail, with a white veiled shield and your weeping eyes. The vows we spoke were destined to fail underneath those cold and industrial skies. I knelt down low to a God I feared, while the gears of the world ground us to dust. The future we built welder burned it away. Terror is a shadow that never sleeps, and silence is the debt that I cannot pay. The rain felt cold as a winter nail when I slipped it onto your trembling hand. The factory whistle let out a wail across this dry and exhausted land. You said goodbye in a crowded room with the scent of ozone thick in the air. The loom of fate is a heavy loom, and there isn't a thread that we can spare. My knees are raw from the concrete floor. My heart is a riot that no one can tame. I don't believe in the myths anymore or the holy weight of your family name. But you were standing by the altar rail with the white veil shielding your weeping eyes. The vows we spoke were destined to fail underneath those cold and industrial skies. I knelt down low to a God like this, while the gears of the world ground dust to dust. The future we built has finally cleared, leaving nothing but salt and ancient rust. The steam drifts up in silver lines against the window pane, while shadows stretch in silent vines to catch the falling rain. The porcelain is warm and white between my folded hands, a quiet truce with fading light as evening takes the land. The hour lingers slow and sweet, like sugar at the base of every story incomplete within this sheltered space. The world outside can spin and fray beyond the heavy door, but here the moments choose to stay and settle on the floor. No heavy weight to pull us down, no frantic pace to keep, just amber lamps and velvet brown before the city falls asleep. A subtle hum beneath the floor, a pulse that understands that less is always something more, in hollow palms and open hands. The corner bench has worn away to tell of settled years, where golden sunlight used to play and laughter dried the tears. The air is thick with roasted beans, and pages turn and sew among the familiar rustic scenes where only soft things grow. The pendulum begins to sway in The hour lingers slow and sweet, like sugar at the base of every story incomplete within this sheltered space. The world outside can spin and fray beyond the heavy door, but here the moments choose to stay inside on the floor. The hour lingers slow and sweet, like sugar at the base of every story incomplete within this sheltered space. The world outside can spin and fade beyond the heavy door, but here the moments choose to stay and settle on the floor. The platform floor is cold beneath my heels. The iron tracks are humming with the ghost. I watch the diesel breath against the sky, thinking of the things I miss the most. A heavy suitcase holds a folding mat. The whistle screams a jagged line of sound. I'm leaving all the pavement and the dust to find a place where silence can be found. It's a flicker in the corner of my eye, a shadow dancing on old window pane. Just when I think I hold it in my palm, it vanishes like mist inside the rain. But I'll be on the wire and the stone where the wild green waves begin to roll. A sudden spark of gold lights up the dark, a quiet feast for a starving soul. It's a bright and slippery kind of grace, running through the tall and bending blades. The distance is a kingdom I can claim before the summer afternoon fades. I step down where the gravel turns to soil. The air is thick with clover and the sun. No clocks are ticking on the wooden posts. A race against the mountain has been won. I see the wind carving out a path across the endless belly of the land. There is no lock upon this open gate. There is no glass to measure out the sand. It's a flicker in the corner of my eye, a shadow dancing on the window pane. Just when I think I hold it in my palm, it vanishes like mist inside the rain. But I'll be on the wire and the stone where the wild green waves begin to roll. A sudden spark of gold lights up the dark, a quiet feast for a starving soul. It's a bright and slippery kind of grace, running through the tall and bending place. The distance is a kingdom I can't claim before the summer afternoon fades. But I'll be on a wire and the stone where the wild green waves begin to roll. A sudden spark of gold lights up the dark, a quiet feast for a starving soul. It's a bright and slippery kind of grace, running through the tall and bending blade. The distance is a kingdom I can't claim before the summer afternoon fades. dust has finally settled on the gravel driveway. I watched your taillights fade into a ghost of a red. There is a strange comfort in the silence of this hallway, now that the heavy weight of us is finally dead. I am pouring out the wine we saved for some anniversary, drinking to the freedom that I never thought I would find. I take a long walk down the center of the boulevard. My stride is lighter than a feather in a gale. It is funny how the ending is the easiest part after 1,000 chapters of a tragic tale. I am looking at my face in the glass of a storefront, seeing a man who does not need your hand to hold. Oh, I am standing on the peak of a high cold mountain, looking down at the valley where we used to crawl. There is a victory song leaping from the fountain. I am the master of the rise and the king of the fall. I waited for the horizon to crack and open wide, watching for the moment that you finally stepped aside. The clock on the wall has stopped its frantic ticking. The air in this room is suddenly sweet and clear. I am done with the choosing and the constant picking at the scabs of a love that was built out of fear. The long wait is over at the edge of the pier. I see the people rushing by like a river of shadows. They do not know the chains have just hit the floor. I am planting seeds in the deepest of the fallow meadows. I am not looking for the lock on the door. My eyes are fixed on the point where the blue meets the gray, celebrating the fact that you went on your way. My vision is sharp and the haze has departed. The long vigil ends where the new road is started. I scanned the distance until my nerves were frayed. Now I am basking in the choice that we made. Oh, I am standing on the peak of a high cold mountain, looking down at the valley where we used to crawl. There is a victory song leaping from the fountain. I'm the master of the rise, I'm a king of the fall. I waited for the horizon to crack and open wide, watching for the moment that you finally stepped aside. I waited for the horizon to crack and open wide, watching for the moment that you finally stepped aside.
The dust settles on the porch where we sit. Oh, we're creaking under the weight of time. You speak of seasons I have never seen, of a world that moved at a slower pace.
But the words drift past me like dry leaves, falling into a gap we cannot bridge. I watch your hands map out the empty air, tracing goals that only your eyes can find.
My father shakes his head behind the glass. He says your mind is wandering off the tracks. He wants to fix the clock that stopped its beat while you were content to live inside the child.
They call it silence when you lose a thread. I call it a different kind of song. But even I get tangled in the knots when your memories don't match the light of day. There is a canyon carved between our years, deep as a river that carries you here. I hold your paw, but I cannot reach the shore where the old spirits walking the lion's roar. We are two ships anchored in the same dark bay, waiting for a wind that blew the other way. No one understands the language of the skin or the lonely house that we are living in You tell me about the fire in 44, but my eyes are fixed on a glowing screen. The distance isn't measured by the miles, it is the way we define what is real. You tell me about the fire in 44, but my eyes are fixed on a glowing screen. The distance isn't measured by the miles, it is the way we define what is real. You try to hand me a silver tarnished key to a door that was boarded up long ago. I see the shadow of the man you were, but the world only sees a shadow on a wall. There is a canyon carved between our years, deep as a river that carried you here. I hold your palm, but I cannot reach the shore where the old spirits walking the lion's roar. We got two ships anchored in the same dark bay, waiting for a wind that blew the other way. No one understands the language of the skin or the lonely house that we are living in. There is a canyon carved between our years, deep as a river that carried you here. I hold your palm, but I cannot reach the shore where the old spirits walking the lion's roar. We are two ships anchored in the same dark bay, waiting for the wind that blew the other way. No one understands the language of the skin or the lonely house that we are living in. A canopy of island stone hangs low above the creek, while the emerald carpet rolls toward the jagged mountain peak. The shadows play a hollow game upon the dusty ground, where the river hums a melody and silence is the sound. Beneath the arch of yesterday, we watch the world grow wide across the open moto where the restless spirits hide. I recall the rustic girders and the way the concrete sighed as we stood within the darkness while the sunlight stayed outside. The cattle graze the distance where the wire fences end, and the wind becomes a messenger around the river bend. There's a heavy weight of gravity that pulls against the soul, but the green horizon beckons us to make the broken whole. We are travelers of the hollow and the masters of the plain, finding shelter in the structure and our cleansing in the rain. A canopy of iron and stone hangs low above the creek, while the emerald carpet rolls toward the jagged mountain peak. The shadows play a hollow game upon the dusty ground, where the river hums a melody and silence is the sound. Beneath the arch of yesterday, we watch the world grow wide across the open meadow where the restless spirits hide. The engineers have gone away and left the steel to rest, but the soil remains a witness and he gathers up the dust. You can hear the ancient footsteps in the swaying of the blade as the heat of noon is swallowed by the coolness of the shade. It's a lonesome kind of freedom when the sky is all you own, moving through the tall stalks like a king without a throne. Don't look back toward the city where the walls begin to close. Follow where the water wanders and a wild clover grows. A canopy of iron stone hangs low above the creek, while the emerald carpet rolls toward the jagged mountain peak. The shadows play a hollow game upon the dusty the sound beneath the arch of yesterday. We watch the world grow wide across the open meadow where the restless spirits hide. The sheets are heavy like a velvet shroud. I slip beneath the silver edge of a cloud. The floorboards melt into a stream of gold. A tale of wonder starts to unfold. The grandfather clock strikes a silent bell. I'm tumbling down through a hollow shell. A line with eyes of polished jade leads me through a marble colonnade, where gravity is just a forgotten law and shadows dance with a gentle claw. The ceiling turns to a sea of glass, reflecting the ages as they pass. On a wandering soul in the velvet night, chasing the sparks of a flickering light. Nothing is tethered and nothing is real, just the spin of the cosmic wheel. Walking on pathways made of air, without a burden or a single care. Tethered and nothing is real, just the spin of the cosmic wheel. Walking on pathways made of air, without a burden or a single care. The horizon bends like a willow reed. I plant a thought and watch it seed. The sun is cold, but the moon blows warm. A peaceful eye inside the storm. Time is a ribbon tied in a knot in a secret place that the world forgot. I wake with the dust of stars on my skin, knowing exactly where I have been. The walls are solid and the sky is blue, but the door stays open for me to walk through. The pillow is soft, but the vision is deep. The harvest of a mind that refuses to sleep. Oh, the wandering soul in the velvet night, chasing the sparks of the flickering light. Nothing is tethered and nothing is real, just a bit of a cosmic wheel. Walking on pathways made of air, without a burden or a single care. Sparks of a flickering light. Nothing is tethered and nothing is real, just the spin of a cosmic wheel. Walking on pathways made of air, without a burden or a single care. Oh, the
dust of ages settles on the stone, where giants walked and carved their names in bone. I trace the lines of every ancient tale before the sun begins to turn so pale. The thunder rolls across the jagged peaks, a language that the mountain silence speaks. I hear the sirens calling from the deep, where all the forgotten promises sleep. The chariot wheels are spinning in the sky, above the fields where fallen heroes lie. The 1,000 years are written in the sand by an unseen and ever-reaching hand. I hold the torch against the rising tide, with nowhere left for weary men to hide. The stars are maps that lead me to the gate, beyond the heavy iron doors of fate. Stand firm within the center of the storm, till the frozen earth begins to walk. Believe the unseen path beneath your feet, where every bitter road becomes so sweet. The heavens open wide to let you through. The old foundations crumble for the new. Carry the fire through the darkest night, until the day unfolds in blinding light. Dragons fade into the morning mist, by every ghost and every phantom kissed. The golden fleece is just a ragged thread, if you cannot wake the spirit from its bed. The walls of Troy are melting into rain, to wash away the sorrow and the pain. The truth remains when every idol falls. It answers when the lonely spirit calls. I walk the labyrinth without a fret, ignoring every word the shadow said. The Minotaur is just a paper mask, to finish every heavy laden task. The nectar flows from fountains made of glass, it's all the hollow kings and queens shall pass. I plant my garden in the barren clay, and wait for light to find a better way. Stand firm as in the center of the storm, until the frozen earth begins to warm. Believe the unseen path beneath your feet, where every bitter road becomes so sweet. The heavens open wide to let you through. The old foundations come before the new. Carry the fire through the darkest night, until the day unfolds in blinding light. Stand firm in the center of the storm, until the frozen earth begins to warm. Believe the unseen path beneath your feet, where every bitter road becomes so sweet. The heavens open wide to let you through. The old foundations crumble for the new. Carry the fire through the darkest night, until the day unfolds in blinding light.
Clouds are heavy blankets passing down upon the crest. I climbed up past the timberline just to find a place to rest. But the summit is a hollow crown made of gray and jagged stone, and the silence here is louder than the life I used to own. The valley floor is hidden now beneath the shroud of lead, while all the restless thoughts of you are pacing in my head. I recall that narrow wooden door where the light would barely creep, a tiny room of cedar planks where the shadows used to sleep. The hangers rattled softly like a skeleton's thin hand, and the scent of camphor lingered like a ghost across the lane. We changed our skins in private there while the summer day turned cold, trading in our youthful dreams for a story never told. Oh, the heavy glue is rising from the granite and the pine, and I'm standing on the jagged edge of a fading borderline. The locker key is rusted to the locker where we hid our hearts away. The gloom is just the passengers that's decided here to stay. I watched the eagles circling, but they didn't share their flight. They're just spectators watching as the day turns into night. I thought the height would offer me a vision clear and wide, but the higher that I travel, the less there is to hide. The world is just a collection of the things we left behind, scattered in the dark recesses of a weary, restless mind. The air is getting thin and the wind begins to bite. I can see the flicker of a distant, lonely light. It's a long way down to the bench where we sat so long ago, watching all the seasons drift like the faraway winter snow. Oh, the heavy dew is rising from the granite and the pine, and I'm standing on the jagged edge of a fading borderline. The locker key is rusting in a pocket full of rain, trying to find a way to wash away this ancient stain. From the peak down to the locker where we hid our hearts away, the gloom is just a passenger that's decided here to stay. Oh, the heavy dew is rising from the granite and the pine, and I'm standing on the jagged edge of a fading borderline. The locker key is rusting in a pocket full of rain, trying to find a way to wash away this ancient stain. From the peak down to the locker where we hid our hearts away, the gloom is just a passenger that's decided here to stay. The dust settles on a jagged road I paved with bone. They cast their shadows on across my threshold stone. A circle of cold eyes watching for the moment I might fall. But I have built a fortress wall against their hollow call. The spit of the crowd is the salt that keeps my spirit keen. I am the grit inside the gears of their well-oiled machine. I will not bow to the kings of the grey and the bleak. The fire in my chest is the only language I speak. Let the thunder roll and the lightning strike the ground. I am the mountain peak that refuses to be found. They call it a crime to stare directly at the sun, but my race is the only one that is truly just begun. I will not bow to the kings of the grey and the bleak. The fire in my chest is the only language I speak. Let the thunder roll and the lightning strike the ground. I am the mountain peak that refuses to be found. They call it a crime to stare directly at the sun, but my race is the only one that is truly just begun. Your blueprints are prisons and your gold is merely lead. I fed on the scraps of the lies that your ancestors spread. Now I am starving for a truth that your hands cannot hold. A story of a rebel heart that would never be controlled. The bridge is behind me and the wood is turning to ash. I welcome the sting and the heat of the legislative lash. The wolves are at the gate with their teeth bared in a grin, but they do not know the sheer capacity of the skin that I am in. They trade their souls for a seat at a table of ghosts, while I march along past the lines of their frantic hosts. I will not bow beneath the heavy stride. I feel the silver turning cold inside. The window frames are rattling the wind. Where does this safe key end and ghosts begin? I count the ticking moments on the wall, waiting for the sky to break and fall. A shadow stretches long across the door. I haven't felt this hollowed out before. The ink spreading on a clean white page. A frantic bird inside a rusted cage. The questions multiply within the dark, searching for a flame without a spark. This trembling hand can't hold the weight of doubt. I'm screaming, but the breath won't venture out. The future is a cliff I cannot see, while every heartbeat sounds like mutiny. I'm tethered to a stone beneath the tide, with nowhere left for weary men to hide. The oxygen is thin and turning gray as all the certainties just drift away. Is hesitant and pale, a thin disguise upon a jagged veil. I see the cracks along the garden path, the silent reckoning of winter's draft. My pockets hold the dust of old mistakes, the kind of gravity that never breaks. I'm listening for a voice that never speaks, while salt is carving gullies in my cheeks. The ink is spreading on a key white page, a frantic bird inside a rusted cage. The questions multiply within the dark, searching for the flame without a spark. This trembling hand can't hold the weight of that. I'm screaming, but the puck won't venture out. The future is a cliff I cannot see, while every heartbeat sounds like mutiny. I'm tethered to a stone beneath the tide, with nowhere left for weary men to hide. The oxygen is thin and turning gray as all the certainties just stripped away. This trembling hand can't hold the weight of doubt. I'm screaming, but the breath won't venture out. The future is a cliff I cannot see, while every heartbeat sounds like mutiny. I'm tethered to a stone beneath the tide, with nowhere left for weary men to hide. The oxygen is thin and turning gray as all the certainties just drift away. So trembling hand can't hold the weight of doubt. I'm screaming, but the breath won't venture out. The future is a cliff I cannot see, while every heartbeat sounds like mutiny. I'm tethered to a stone beneath the tide, with nowhere left for weary men to hide. The oxygen is thin and turning gray as all the certainties just drift away. The ancient spine of the mountain range stands cold against the shifting sky. We walk upon the crust of change, with fragile breath and wandering eye. The cedar roots drink deep below, where silent waters carve the stone. We reap the seeds we did not sow, in kingdoms we can never own. A sudden gale begins to howl, the forest bends its heavy knee. The predator is on the prowl, beyond the reach of what we see. The thunder speaks in heavy chords, a language older than our pride. We lay down all our rusted swords, with nowhere left for us to hide. Bow your head to the rising tide, let the ego drift away. For the wild is wide and the wild is deep, and we are guests within the day. The majesty of the storm and sun, a balance we must learn to keep before the thread is all undone, while the mighty giants sleep. Bow your head to the rising tide, let the ego drift away. For the wild is wide and the wild is deep, but we are guests within the day. The majesty of the storm and sun, a balance we must learn to keep before the thread is all undone, while the mighty giants sleep. towers out of glass and claimed the soil was ours to tame. But every season comes to pass, and nature does not know our name. The lightning rides upon the dark, a testament of holy dread. We are but a flickering spark, by the mercy of the earth be fed. The morning brings a quiet dew, the valleys breathe a silver haze. The world begins itself anew, indifferent to our fleeting gaze. To stand in awe is to be wise, to feel the power in the dust, and look up with humbled eyes at all the beauty we must trust. Bow your head to the rising tide, let the ego drift away. So the wall is wide and the mouth is deep, and be our guest within the day. The majesty of the storm and sun, a balance we must learn to keep before the fears all undone, while the mighty giants sleep. Bow your head to the rising tide, let the ego drift away. For the wall is wide and the wild is deep, and we are guests within the day. The majesty of the storm and sun, a balance we must learn to keep before the fears all undone, while the mighty giants sleep.
The platform floor is cold beneath my heels. The iron tracks are humming with a ghost. I watch the diesel breath against the sky, thinking of the things I miss the most. A heavy suitcase holds a folded map. The whistle screams a jagged line of sound. I'm leaving all the pavement and the dust to find a place where silence can be found. It's a flicker in the corner of my eye, a shadow dancing on a window pane. Just when I think I hold it in my palm, it vanishes like mist inside the rain. But out beyond the wire and mud stone, where the wild green waves begin to roll, a sudden spark of gold lights up the dark, a quiet feast for a starving soul. It's a bright and slippery kind of grace, running through the tall and bending blades. The distance is a kingdom I can claim before the summer afternoon fades. I step down where the gravel turns to soil. The air is thick with clover and the sun. No clocks are ticking on the wooden posts. The race against the mountain has been won. I see the wind carving out a path across the endless belly of the land. There is no lock upon this open gate. corner of my eye, a shadow dancing on a window pane. Just when I think I hold it in my palm, it vanishes like mist inside the rain. But out beyond the wire and the stone, where the wild green waves begin to roll, a sudden spark of gold lights up the dark, a quiet feast for a starving soul. It's a bite and slippery kind of grace, running through the tall and bending blades. The distance is a kingdom I can claim before the summer afternoon fades. But out beyond the wire and the stone, where the wild green waves begin to roll, a sudden spark of gold lights up the dark, a quiet feast for a starving soul. It's a bite and slippery kind of grace, running through the tall and bending blades. The distance is a kingdom I can claim before the summer afternoon fades.
The coffee stains on the kitchen wood, a silver spoon where your finger stood, small mercies caught in a dusty beam, the quiet fragments of a broken dream. You left the porch light burning low, but you had miles and miles to go. In the shape of a void, where every habit has been destroyed. The ghost of a smile in a lukewarm cup, the heavy burden of looking up, a hollow hunger that never ends, where the solid world starts to bend. I am drifting through the binary blue, seeking a pixelated glimpse of you in the architecture of a cold machine, the only place where the air is clean. I upload my grief to the humming wire, crossing the sparks of a digital fire in this sanctuary of flickering light. I am searching for your soul tonight. Data streams like a frozen rain, a mapped out logic for a shapeless pain. I navigate through the corridors of thought, buying back the peace that can't be bought. I see a face in a jagged frame, a sequence of numbers without a name. The smell of rain on the summer street is now a pulse that has lost its beat. The ghost of a smile in a lukewarm cup, the heavy burden of looking up, a hollow hunger that never ends, where the solid world starts to burn. I am drifting through the binary blue, seeking a pixelated glimpse of you in the architecture of a cold machine, the only place where the air is clean. I upload my grief to the humming wire, crossing the sparks of a digital fire in this sanctuary of flickering light. I am searching for your soul tonight. I am drifting through the binary blue, seeking a pixelated glimpse of you in the architecture of a cold machine, the only place where the air is clean. I upload my grief to the humming wire, crossing the sparks of a digital fire in this sanctuary of flickering light. I am searching for your soul tonight. I am drifting through the binary blue, seeking a pixelated glimpse of you in the architecture of a cold machine, the only place where the air is clean. I Rust and the sparks of a digital fire in this sanctuary of flickering light. I am searching for your soul tonight. Sheets are heavy like a velvet shroud. I slip beneath the silver edge of a cloud. The floorboards melt into a stream of gold. The tale of wonder starts to unfold. The grandfather clock strikes a silent bell. I'm tumbling down through a hollow shell. A lion with eyes of polished jade leads me through a marble colonnade, where gravity is just a forgotten law and shadows dance with a gentle claw. The ceiling turns to a sea of glass, refractingly ages as they pass. Oh, the wandering soul in the velvet night, chasing the sparks of a flickering light. Nothing is tethered, nothing is real, just the spin of the cosmic wheel. Walking on pathways made of air, without a burden or a single care. Oh, the wandering soul in the velvet night, chasing the sparks of a flickering light. Nothing is tethered and nothing is real, just the spin of the cosmic wheel. Walking on pathways made of air, without a burden or a single care. Oh, the wandering soul in the velvet night, chasing the sparks of a flickering light. Nothing is tethered and nothing is real, just the spin of the cosmic wheel. Walking on pathways made of air. The horizon dance like a willow reed. I plant a thought and watch it see. The sun is cold but the moon glows warm, a peaceful lie inside the storm. Time is a ribbon tied in a knot in the secret place that the world forgot. I wake with the dust of stars on my skin, knowing exactly where I have been. The walls are solid and the sky is blue, but the door stays open for me to walk to. The pillow is soft but the vision is deep, the highest of a mind that refuses to sleep. Oh, the wandering soul in the velvet night, chasing the sparks of a flickering light. Nothing is tethered and nothing is real, just the spin of the cosmic wheel. Walking on pathways made of air, without a burden or a single care. Oh, the wandering soul in the velvet night, chasing the sparks of a flickering light. Nothing is tethered and nothing is real, just the spin of the cosmic wheel. Walking on pathways made of air, without a burden or a single care. Silver dust descends upon the floor, across the boards where shadows used to sleep. I watch the heavy latch against the door, a promise that a lonely soul must keep. The quiet air is thick with frozen light, it carves a path through every hollow space. I find my courage in the dead of night, while gazing at this unfamiliar place. The candle flickers low inside the glass, a tiny flame that fights the rising cold. I watch the weary hours slowly pass, within this frame the stories unfold. I feel the spirit climbing up the wall to meet the glow that filters through the pain. I stand upright and refuse to fall beneath the weight of every ancient stain. Rise like the tide against the silent shore, find the spark within the darkest grain. Open up the lock and break the cord, let the warmth wash out the winter rain. Carry on when all the lamps go dim, build the fire out of the cedar wood. Fill the cup right to the very brim, doing everything we said we would. rise like a tide against the silent shore. Find the spark within the darkest grain. Open up the lock and break the core. Let the warmth wash out the winter rain. Carry on when all the lamps go dim. Build a fire out of the cedar wood till the cup right to the very brim. Doing everything we said we would. The ceiling beams are etched with lines of age. They hold the ceiling steady overhead. I turn the leaf upon a brand new page and leave behind the words I should have said. The lunar beam is sharp enough to cut the tangled webs that hang around the sink. The heavy iron gates are finally shut. It gives a man a moment just to think. I put my hand against the cooling stone and feel the pulse of something hidden deep. I may be standing in this room alone, but there are harvest meals I'm meant to reap. The pale reflection settles in my pan, a mirror for the will that starts to wake. I do the very best a mortal can and mend the bonds I thought would surely break. Rise like the tide against the silent shore. Find a spark within the darkest grain. Open up the lock and break the core. Let the warmth wash out the winter rain. Carry on when all the lamps go dim. Build a fire out of the cedar wood. Fill the cup right to the very brim. Doing everything we said we would. Rise like the tide against the silent shore. Find a spark within the darkest grain. Open up the lock and break the core. Let the warmth wash out the winter rain. Carry on when all the lamps go dim. Build a fire out of the cedar wood. Fill the cup right to the very brim. Doing everything we said we would.
The traffic lights flicker on the stone pavement. I traded my wild dreams for a steady test. This gray suit is a heavy skin I wear to blend into the rows of tired faces. My hands are stained with the ink of small surrender, watching the clock devour another afternoon. The calendar marks a day that used to matter, a red circle around a ghost of who we were. Now I am just a shadow in the glass, polishing my armor until it shines like gold. Standing in the middle of a hollow plaza, the wind is the only thing that dares to speak. I hold my head high above the rising tide of a city that forgets its own name. It is a lonely triumph on this anniversary, keeping my spine straight while the world leans in. Yeah, concrete canyons swallow the final light. The crowd moves like a river with no destination. I walk against the floor with a silent fire, refusing to let the pavement smooth my edges. There is a bitter beauty in the isolation. quiet throne built on the things I gave away. The calendar marks the day that used to matter. A red circle around the ghost of who we were. Now I am just a shadow in the glass, polishing my arm until it shines like gold. Standing in the middle of a hollow glass of us then is the only thing that dares to speak. I hold my head high above the rising tide of a city that forgets its own name. There's a lonely triumph on this anniversary, keeping my spine straight while the world leaves. The floorboards creak beneath my heavy boots as gravity pulls at the tangled roofs of a house that stands against the gray while the morning light is tucked away. I strike a match and watch the sulfur bloom to drive the shadows from this narrow room. The copper kettle hums a jagged tune underneath a pale and hollow moon. The windows rattle in their wooden frames as if the ghosts are calling out their names. But there is a fire burning deep and bright, a small defiance in the belly of the night. Oh, hear the gale come tearing down the pass to shatter peace against the looking glass. But in this steaming song I find my grace, a private joy within this crowded space. The flower dust settles on a counter edge like winter frost upon a lonely ledge. I near the door with knuckles worn and thin, letting all the warmth and quiet in. Outside the trees are bent like broken bows against a sky that only thunder knows. But hear the onion sizzle in the pan, the simple labor of a weary man. The windows rattle in the wooden frames as if the ghosts are calling out their names. But there is a fire burning deep and bright, a small defiance in the belly of the night. Oh, hear the gale come tearing down the path to shatter peace against the looking glass. But in that steaming song I find my grace, a private joy within this crowded space. Gale come tearing down the path to shatter peace against the looking glass. But in this theme of song I find my grace, a private joy within this crowded space.
Lay your heavy thoughts upon the dusty ground, where the city pulse is just a ghost of sound. The iron gates are swinging open to the wild. The sky is wide and gentle as a sleeping child. walked 1,000 miles of stone and claim this quiet acre for your very own. Oh, the petal stretches far as sight can fly underneath the velvet ceiling of the sky. Let the fragrance wash the fever from your head, where the crimson and the clover make a bed. In the drifting sea of golden tangled green, every shadow fades away into the scene. Time is just a river slowing to a crawl between the blowing stalks and the garden wall. The heavy sun is hanging like a ripened fruit. Deep beneath the soil, the spirit takes its root. Forget the ticking clocks and the hollow chase. Lose your name within the sprawling secret space. 1,000 tiny bells are nodding in the breeze, singing a lullabies to the wandering honeybees. No more maps to follow and no hills to climb, just the sweet surrender of a borrowed time. The light is filtered through a million tiny wings, while the ancient earth beneath the pollen sings. Oh, the petals stretch as far as sight can fly underneath the velvet ceiling of the sky. Let the fragrance wash the fever from your head, where the crimson and the clover make a bed. In the drifting sea of golden tangled green, every shadow fades away into the scene. Oh, the petals stretch as far as sight can fly underneath the velvet ceiling of the sky. Let the fragrance wash the fever from your head, where the crimson and the clover make a bed. In the drifting sea of golden tangled green, every shadow fades away into the scene. The carpet wears a pattern of 1,000 fleeting stays, static on the screen, blurring out the lonely days. I trace the maps of highways etched upon my weary palms, trading away the silence for these restless open arms. Suitcase by the doorway, holding pieces of the past, learning that the shadows are the only things that last. And I am blooming in the transit of the night, a fierce and steady fever, reaching for the light, unfolding in the spaces where the strangers used to sleep, keeping all the promises I swore that I would keep. There is a dignity in knowing where I stand, holding my own future like a diamond in my hand. The mirror in the corner doesn't recognize my face. I've outgrown the limits of this temporary space. Every mile a lesson carved into the cooling bone, building up a kingdom on a path I walk alone. The hum of the vent speaks a language I now know, teaching me the secrets of the places I must go. No longer seeking shelter from the wind that starts to blow. I found a different harvest in the seeds I had to sow. The skyline is a ledger of the victories I've won, walking toward the fire of the never setting sun. And I am blooming in the transit of the night, a fierce and steady fever reaching for the light, unfolding in the spaces where the strangers used to sleep, keeping all the promises I swore that I would keep. There is a dignity in knowing where I stand, holding my own future like a diamond in my hand. And I am blooming in the transit of the night, a fierce and steady fever reaching for the light, unfolding in the spaces where the strangers used to sleep, keeping all the promises I swore that I would keep.
The barefoot steps across the cooling sand before the heat begins to claim the land. We chase the retreating pipe for silver shells and knew the language of the distant bells. Our shadows stretch along toward the ancient trees, carrying the brine upon a salty breeze. You were the brother that my spirit chose before the world put on its heavy clothes. We sat upon the weathered wooden dock, counting time by the pulse of the rock, the yellow spoken rhythms deep and slow of the foundations laid long ago. They tied our names to the rolling deed, to the promises that a man must keep. Our heritage was written in the spray that washed the dust of the night away. Oh, the dawn is rising on the eastern shore, and I feel the strength of those who came before. There is a fire burning in the marrow bone, a steady light that calls me back to home. I wear the mantle of the rising sun, the pride of everything that has begun, walking the line where the earth and water meet, with the heart of a lion and the world at my feet. Oh, we built our castles where the foam retreats, far from the noise of the city streets. Your laughter was a shield against the dark, igniting in my breast a living spark. We knew the stories of a sailing fleet, how they conquered the bitter and the sweet. The blood within us flows like a steady tide, but nowhere left for a fear beautiful soul to hide. The horizon opens like a golden gate to find the heavy hand of a lonely fate. The morning air is a tonic for the chest, a sacred song that puts a mind to rest. Oh, the dawn is rising on the eastern shore, and I feel the strength of those who came before. There is a fire burning in the marrow bone, a steady light that calls me back to home. I wear the mantle of the rising sun, the part of everything that has begun. Walking in line where the earth and autumn known, with the heart of a lion and the world at my feet. Oh, the dawn is rising on the eastern shore, and I feel the strength of those who came before. There is a fire burning in the marrow bone, a steady light that calls me back to home. Oh, there's a mantle of the rising sun, the plot of everything that has begun. Walking the line where the earth and water meet, with the heart of a lion and the world at my feet.
The dust settles heavy on the broken glass. I watch the seasons and the shadows pass. The winter wind bites through a threadbare coat, and every hollow word stays in my throat. I left the gate unlatched and let you drift. Now I am calling through this jagged rift. The silence in the hall is far too loud. I am a ghost lost in a moving crowd. My hands are scarred from climbing out the deep. The promises I failed to ever keep. Our anchors dragging on the riverbed, while all your laughter echoes in my head. I am rising from the ashes of my shame, learning how to breathe without your name. The weight of what I lost is pulling hard against the spirit that is bruised and scarred. But I will find a way to stand up taller above the wreckage in the garden wall. I carry you like fire in the dark, fueling every slow and steady spark. Same learning how to breathe without your name. The weight of what I lost is pulling hard against the spirit that is bruised and scarred. But I will find a way to stand up taller above the wreckage in the garden wall. I carry you like fire in the dark, fueling every slow and steady spark. I see your face in every stranger's eyes, beneath the vast and unforgiving skies. The guilt is like a stone inside my chest, a heavy bird that will not find its rest. I built this tower on a shaky ground and watched it tumble without making a sound. Now I am picking up the scattered stones to build a sanctuary for my bones. My hands are scarred from climbing out the deep. The promises I failed to ever keep. Our anchors dragging on the riverbed, while all your laughter echoes in my head. I am rising from the ashes of my shame, learning how to fight without your name. The weight of what I lost is pulling hard against the spirit that is bruised and scarred. But I will find a way to stand up taller above the wreckage and the garden wall. I carry you like fire in the dark, feeling every slow and steady spark. I am rising from the ashes of my shame, learning how to breathe without your name. The weight of what I lost is pulling hard against the spirit that is bruised and scarred. But I will find a way to stand up taller above the wreckage and the garden wall. I carry you like higher
slow and steady bark.
The morning coffee tastes like a confession. We sat across the table for 1,000 years, just tracing lines on palms in quiet session, avoiding all the old familiar fears. Now your gaze is heavier than the summer rain, and every casual word feels like a hidden door. The boundaries that we built are starting to wane. I don't recognize the shape of us anymore. Hold your lungs steady while the gravity shifts. The bridge is burning and the anchor drifts. This heartbeat is a hammer hitting hollow tin, waiting for the landslide to finally begin. It's a fever growing in the space between, the deepest shade of blue I've ever seen. Beyond the handshakes and the easy smiles, we're crossing over the final miles. Closer to my shoulder, the air turned thick as honey in a jar. The room is getting small as we get older, counting down the distance to the nearest star. I've memorized the way you bite your lip, a map of constellations on your skin. I'm losing my footing, losing my grip, wondering if it's a crime or just a win. The clock on the wall has lost its steady beat. The pavement is melting beneath our feet. I can see the spark jumping the wide divide. There is nowhere left for a friend to hide. Hold your lungs steady while the gravity shifts. The bridge is burning and the anchor drips. This heartbeat is a hammer hitting hollow tin, waiting for the landslide to finally begin. It's a fever growing in the space between, the deepest shade of blue I've ever seen. Beyond the handshakes and the easy smiles, we're crossing over the final miles. Heavy dust upon your window pane hides the gold that lives beneath the rain. I see the spark you buried in the clay, waiting for a hand to clear the way. The road is long and worn by weary feet, there is grace in every heart you meet. You think your voice is but a lonely sigh, a tiny bird against a changing myself what your courage means. The frozen ground begins to feel the heat of someone moving on a steady beat. Rise like a flame that knows no bounds. Lift every brother from the hardened ground. Your words are anchors in a stormy tide, with nowhere left for shadows to abide. Ignite the lamp inside a hollow chest, and give the tired soul a place to rest. I watched the way you carried someone's load along the jagged edges of the road. No crown of silver shines as bright as this. The simple kindness of a human bliss. You plant a forest where the desert grew, and find the strength to see the vision through. Rise like a flame that knows no bounds. Lift every burden from the hardened ground. Your words are anchors in a stormy tide, with nowhere left for shadows to abide. Ignite the lamp inside a hollow chest, and give the tired soul a place to rest. The heavy dust upon your window pane hides a gold that lives beneath the rain. I see the spark you buried in the clay, waiting for a hand to clear the way. The road is long and worn by weary feet, but there is grace in every heart you meet. You think your voice is but a lonely sigh, a tiny bird against a changing sky. But when you speak, the mountains start to lean, to catch a glimpse of what your courage means. The frozen ground begins to feel the heat of someone moving on a steady beat. Oh, rise like a flame that knows no bound. Lift every brother from the hardened ground. Your words are anchors in a stormy tide, with no
shadows to abide. Ignite the lamp inside a hollow chest and give the giant soul a place to rest.
The floorboards creak beneath my heavy boots as gravity pulls at the tangled roots of a house that stands against the gray while the morning light is tucked away. I strike a match and watch the sulfur bloom to drive the shadows from this narrow room. The copper kettle hums a jagged tune underneath a pale and hollow moon. The windows rattle in their wooden frames as if the ghosts are calling out their names. But there is a fire burning deep and bright, a small defiance in the belly of the night. Oh, hear the gale come tearing down the path to shatter peace against the looking glass. But in this steam and salt I find my grace, a private joy within this crowded space. The flower dust settles on the counter edge like winter frost upon a lonely ledge. I meet the door with knuckles worn and thin, letting all the warmth and quiet in. Outside the trees have been like broken bows against a sky that only thunder knows. But hear the onion sizzle in the pan, the simple labor of a weary man. The windows rattle in their wooden frames as if the ghosts are calling out their names. But there is a fire burning deep and bright, a small defiance in the belly of the light. Oh, hear the gale come tearing down the pass to shatter peace against the looking glass. But in their steam and salt I find my grace, a private joy within this crowded space. Oh, hear the gale come tearing down the pass to shatter peace against the looking glass. But in this steam and salt I find my grace, a private joy within this crowded space.
Four corners of this chamber start to bleed into a meadow made of jagged glass. I lie among the velvet and the wheat, years pass. My heavy limbs are sinking through the floor into a sea that tastes like bitter tea. I do not seek the handle of the door. The silence is the only company. Oh, the ceiling melts into a violet sky where every tear becomes a falling star. The ghost of us begins to multiply. I wonder where the shattered pieces are. The world is drifting further out of reach while I am tethered to this hollow dream. No lessons left for misery to teach in this pale kingdom where nothing is as it seems. The clock can spin like dervishes in flight. The shadows dance a waltz across the wall. I swallow down the fragments of the bite, waiting for the gravity to fall. My heart is just a stone inside a well, rippling through the fabric of the air. There is no heaven and there is no hell, just a vast numbness of this vacant lair. The sheets are waves of silver sand today, and dragons sleep beneath the unmade bed. I watch the heavy colors fade to gray inside the vaulted cathedrals of my head. There is a comfort in this slow decay, a mercy in the way the cesses fail. I'll let the phantom currents lead the way and set my tattered spirit out to sail. The walls are breathing soft and slow. The tide of grief begins to flow. The magic hide the crushing glow in the only place I know. Oh, the ceiling melts into a violet sky where every tear becomes a falling star. The ghost of us begins to multiply. I wonder where the shattered pieces are. The world is drifting further out of reach while I am tethered to this hollow dream. No lessons left for misery to teach in this pale kingdom where nothing is as it seems. The concrete canyons swallow the sun, leaving me here with a race and run. This hollow geometry of four white walls where the shadow of a doubt so loudly called. I will climb the ladder of the night until the darkness turns to blinding light. Looking through the glass at the surging tide of a million faces with nowhere to hide. They are moving like ghosts in a copper haze, lost in the blueprints of a frantic maze. I used to tremble when the floorboards sway. Now I I am parsing the debts I have paid to the silence that sits in my favorite chair, asking me questions that lead to nowhere. The concrete canyon swallowed the sun, leaving me here with a race and run. This hollow geometry of four white walls, where the shadow of a doubt so loudly calls. But I will climb the ladder of the night until the darkness turns to blinding light. The calendar marks a forgotten name in a high-rise world that feels all the same. I am standing on the edge of a great mistake, waiting for the brittle glass I fear to break. The map is tattered and the compass is gone, but my boots are heavy as they carry me on. Past the heavy doors of the empty suites to the jagged truth of the granite streets. The concrete canyon swallowed the sun, leaving me here with a race on run. This hollow geometry of four white balls, where the shadow of a doubt so loudly calls. But I will climb the ladder of the night until the darkness turns to blinding light. The concrete canyon swallowed the sun, leaving me here with a race and run. This hollow geometry of four white walls, where the shadow of a doubt so loudly calls. But I will climb the ladder of the night until the darkness turns to blinding light. The morning pavement bleeds a charcoal stain, a wave phantom lingers in the hollow light. I trace the map of every jagged vein left by the ghost who vanished in the night. The coffee's cold and bitter on my tongue, while the calendar just marks the empty wall. I'm clinging to the rungs where we once hung, waiting for the gravity to take the fall. Oh, the deluge comes to wash away the pride, but the fever for your shadow will not break. I am drowning in the current of the tide, paying for the promises I didn't make. Let the heavens open up and pour the gray across the ruins of a heart that went astray. I'm a captive to a memory in the flood, with the salt of your departure in my blood. Oh, the deluge comes to wash away the pride, but the fever for your shadow will not break. I am drowning in the burning of the tide, paying for the promises I didn't make. Let the heavens open up and pour the gray across the ruins of a heart that went astray. I'm a captive to a memory in the flood, with the salt of your departure in my blood. The street lamps flicker like a dying spark, searching for a face they'll never find again. I'm wandering the alleys of the dark, trying to distinguish mercy from the pain. Is it a blessing or a heavy iron chain to crave the very end that pulled the pin? I'm dealing in the gutter of the rain, just to feel the place where your touch had been. The prophets on the corner preach of change, but they don't know the stillness of this room. Built of longing and of gloom.
just a long and weary road without a rest. Oh, the deluge comes to wash away the pride, but the fever for your shadow will not break. I am drowning in the current of the tide, paying for the promises I didn't make. Let the heavens open up and pour the gray across the ruins of a heart that went astray. I'm a captive to a memory in the fall, with the salt of your departure in my blood.
Dust settles heavy on the broken glass. I watch the seasons and the shadows pass. The winter wind bites through a threadbare coat, and every hollow word stays in my throat. I left the gate unlatched and let you drift. Now I am calling through this jagged rift. The silence in the hall is far too loud. I am a ghost lost in a moving crowd. My hands are scarred from climbing out the deep. The promises I failed to ever keep. Our anchors dragging on the riverbed, while all your laughter echoes in my head. I am rising from the ashes of my shame, learning how to breathe without your name. The weight of what I lost is pulling hard against a spirit that is bruised and scarred. But I will find a way to stand up tall above the wreckage and the garden wall. I carry you like fire in the dark, fueling every slow and steady spark. God, I'm rising from the ashes of my shame, learning how to breathe without your name. The weight of what I lost is pulling hard against a spirit that is bruised and scarred. But I will find a love to stand up tall above the wreckage and the garden wall. I carry you like fire in the dark, fueling every slow and steady spark. I see your face in every stranger's eyes, beneath the vast and unforgiving skies. The guilt is like a stone inside my chest, a heavy bird that will not find its rest. I built this tower on a shaky ground and watched it tumble without making a sound. Now I am picking up the scattered stones to build a sanctuary for my bones. My hands are scarred from climbing out the deep. The promises I failed to ever keep. Our anchors dragging on the riverbed, while all your laughter echoes in my head. I am rising from the ashes of my shame, learning how to breathe without your name. The weight of what I lost is pulling hard against the spirit that is bruised and scarred. But I will find a way to stand up tall above the wreckage and the garden wall. I carry you like fire in the dark, fueling every slow and steady spark. I am rising from the ashes of my shame, learning how to breathe without your name. The way of what I lost is pulling hard against a spirit that is bruised and scarred. But I will find a way to stand up tall
every spark.
The tile is cracked beneath my worn-out soles, where the city breathes through rusted iron holes. The fluorescent hum is a jagged kind of prayer, and I find my reflection in the static air. It is a crooked side, a jagged frame of bone, a map of every seed that I have never sown. But I will take the shape of the sun, even light, and wear the hollow day like a heavy coat of night. They preach a gospel of the polished and the clean, while living in a house made of plastic and screen. I see the tailor stitched a grin upon your face to mask the fact you are running in a circle race. How grand it looks to be so perfectly aligned, with a hollow chest and a strictly tethered mind. I would rather stay where the dampness licks the wall than stand atop a pedestal just waiting for the fall. This is the sanctuary of the discarded and the real. The only truth is in the coldness that I feel. Below the pavement, where the heavy engines roar, I am finding everything I was looking for. Not a crown of gold, but a crown of honest dust, trading in the silver for a coating of the rust. I am the master of the subterranean soar. I do not need the sunlight or your open door. The posters on the wall are peeling back like skin, exposing all the secrets that the world kept in. They sell you hunger and they call it a desire, while they warm their hands on a dying forest fire. The irony is thick as the fog upon a key. They are shackled to the thought that they are truly free. But I am digging deeper where the wires start to fray, finding my own version of the break of day. Go on and cast your stones from the towers made of glass, and watch the weary shadows as they slowly pass. You think the silence is a sign of my defeat, but it is the only melody that sounds complete. I have kissed the dirt and I have named it home, underneath the feet of the crowds that aimless roam. There is a dignity in being left behind, leaving all the noise and the vanity behind. The stairs lead up to a theater of lies, but down here the vanity finally dies. The echo is a mirror that does not tell a lie, underneath the belly of the velvet sky. This is the sanctuary of the discarded and the ill. The only truth is in the coldness that I feel. Below the pavement, where the heavy engines roar, I am tiny, everything I was looking for. Not a crown of guilt, but a crown of honest dust, trading in the silver for a coating of my rust. I am a master of the subterranean floor. I do not need the sunlight or your open door. This is the sanctuary of the discarded and real. The only truth is in the coldness that I seal. Below the pavement, where the heavy engines roar, I am finding everything I was looking for. Not a crown of gold, but a crown of honest dust, trading in the silver for a coating of the rust.
The bare footsteps across the cooling sand, before the heat begins to claim the land. We chase the retreating tide for silver shells, and knew the language of the distant bells. Our shadows stretch long toward the ancient trees, carrying the brine upon a salty breeze. You were the brother that my spirit chose, before the world put on on its heavy coast. We sat upon the weather wooden dock, counting time by the pulse of the rock. The elders spoke in rhythms deep and slow, other foundations laid long ago. They tied our names to the rolling deep, to the promises that a man must keep. Our heritage was written in the spray that washed the dust of the night away. Oh, the dawn is rising on the eastern shore, and I feel the strength of those who came before. There is a fire burning in the marrow bone, a steady light that calls me back to home. I wear the mantle of the rising sun, the pride of everything that has begun. Walking the line where the earth and water meet, with the heart of a lion and the world at my feet. We build our castles where the foam retreats, far from the noise of the city streets. Your laughter was a shield against the dark, igniting in my breast a living spark. We knew the stories of the sailing fleet, how they conquer the bitter and the sweet. The blood within us flows like a steady tide, with nowhere left for a fearful soul to hide. The horizon opens like a golden gate, defying the heavy hand of a lonely fate. The morning air is a tonic for the chest, a sacred song that puts the mind to rest. Oh, the dawn is rising on the eastern shore, and I feel the strength of those who came before. There is a fire burning in the marrow bone, a steady light that calls me back to home. I wear the mantle of the rising sun, the pride of everything that has begun. Walking the line where the earth and water meet, with the heart of a lion and the world at my feet. Oh, dawn is rising on the eastern shore, and I feel the strength of those who came before. There is a fire burning in the marrow bone, a steady light that calls me back to home. I wear the mantle of the rising sun, the pride of everything that had begun. Walking the line where the earth and water meet, with the heart of a lion and the world at my feet. The wooden icons right beneath the sun, the cathedral spires look like broken teeth. I saw the preacher trading his cross for a gun, while the holy water turned black underneath. We built dark towers out of sand and pride, chasing shadows across a hollow plain. There is no corner where the frightened can hide from the cold logic of the falling rain. But the tide comes rolling in so wide, and the salt it bleeds into my chest. I am a speck of dust on a giant slide, finding my joy in a moment of rest. Let the old gods sleep in their stony beds. I am dancing where the blue waves crash, with nothing but a hat upon my head and a spirit rising from the ash.
They say the stars are cold and far away, that we are nothing but a flicker in the dark. But I watch the dolphins in the silver spray, igniting the ocean with a sudden spark. The heavy books are gathering their mold. The logic of the world feels thin and frayed, but I found a story that was never told. In the golden warmth where the children play, for the tide comes rolling in so wide, and the salt air breeze into my chest. I am a speck of dust on a giant slide, finding my joy in a moment of rest. Let the old gods sleep in their stony beds. I am dancing where the blue waves crash, with nothing but a hat upon my head and a spirit rising from the ash. Oh, the tide comes rolling in so wide, and the salt air breeze into my chest. I am a speck of dust on a giant slide, finding my joy at a moment of rest. Let the old gods sleep in their stony beds. I am dancing where the blue waves crash, with nothing but a hair on my head and a spirit rising from the ash. Iron shadows stretch across the cracked pavement, cold wires humming deep beneath the soles of worn boots. A vendor hawks synthetic fruit under a flickering sky, while the wind howls through the canyons of glass and chrome. Every eye is a lens recording the silence of the crowd, whose soul is trapped inside the machine tonight. The gale is pulling at the threads of our common skin. Tell me the price of the post in a digital vein, when the storm outside knows every secret we hide. God is a sequence lost in the gusts of the square. An old man stares at a screen that mirrors his ghost. Algorithms predict the way his heavy heart will break. Data points bleeding into the gutter with the rain. The gale doesn't care for the logic of the code. It just tears the flyers from the rusted metal gates. The air is thinning near the edge of the circuit board. Flesh and copper tangled in a desperate embrace. Listen to the roar of the atmosphere collapsing. Gravity is just a ghost in this high-speed race. Whose soul is trapped inside the machine tonight. The gale is pulling at the threads of our common skin. Tell me
lost in the gusts at the square. A plastic key card clicks against the frame. 6 lights above the harbor where the fog rolls in slow. The curtains smell of lavender and laundry detergent. We drop our bags and watch the shadows grow. I check the calendar twice before we cross the state line to make sure the numbers still lined up right. Counting back to that rainy Tuesday in the valley before the world turned heavy overnight. But here we are at the 3-year marker, tracing silver lights on the hotel sheets. The city lights are blinking like a broken transmission while the tide drags the sand from the empty streets. We built this house out of glances and patience and guarded the flame from the biting breeze. Now the silence feels like a warm benediction high above the rows of the cedar trees. The minibar is humming a low monotone tune, a paper bucket full of melting ice. We don't need a map or a compass to tell us that nothing ever happens at the same price twice. You look at me through the steam of a coffee with eyes that have seen the seasons depart, and I find a map of a brand new kingdom tucked in the corner of your constant heart. There is a Bible in the drawer and a menu on the desk, but the only word I need is the sound of your breath. The radiator clanks like a ghost in the hallway, defeating the winter and the humors of death. We'll leave the checkout time for the early risers and keep the do not disturb on an handle tight. There's a vintage wine chilling in the corner to celebrate the way we made it through the fight. The moon is a coin, tossed it to the river, a lucky penny for the years to come. The clock on the wall has stopped its ticking, but our pulse beats loud as a wooden drum. But here we are at the 3-year marker, tracing silver lines on the hotel sheets. The city lights are blinking like a broken transmission while the tide drags the sand from the empty streets. We beat this house out of glances and patience and guarded the flame from the biting truths. Now the silence feels like a warm benediction high above the rows of the cedar trees. But here we are at the 3-year marker, tracing silver lines on the hotel sheets. The city lights are blinking like a broken transmission while the tide drags the sand from the empty seats. We beat this house out of glances and patience and guarded the flame from the biting ghosts. Now the silence feels like a warm benediction high above the rows of the cedar trees. Plastic key card clicks against the frame. 6 flights above the harbor where the fog rolls in slow. The curtains smell of lavender and laundry detergent. We drop our bags and watch the shadows grow. I check the calendar twice before we cross the state line to make sure the numbers still lined up right. Counting back to that rainy Tuesday in the valley before the world turned heavy overnight. But here we are at the 3-year marker, tracing silver lines on the hotel sheets. The city lights are blinking like a broken transmission while the tide drags the sand from the empty streets. We built this house out of glances and patience and guarded the flame from the biting breeze. Now the silence feels like a warm benediction high above the rows of the cedar trees. The mini bars humming a low monotone tune, a paper bucket full of melting ice. We don't need a map or a compass to tell us that nothing ever happens at the same price twice. You look at me through the steam of your coffee with eyes that have seen the seasons depart, and I find a map of a brand new kingdom tucked in the corner of your constant heart. There's a Bible in the drawer and a menu on the desk, but the only word I need is the sound of your breath. A radiator clanks like a ghost in my hallway, defeating the winter and my rumors of death. We'll leave the checkout time for the early risers and keep the do not disturb on the handle tight. There's a vintage wine chilling in the corner to celebrate the way we made it through the fight. The moon is a coin tossed into the river, a lucky penny for the years to come. The clock on the wall has stopped its ticking, but our pulse beats loud as a wooden drum. But here we are at the 3-year marker, chirps and silver lines on the hotel sheets. The city lights are thinking like a broken transmission, while the tide dries the sand from the empty streets. We built this house out of glances and patience, and guarded the flame from the biting breeze. Now the silence feels like a warm benediction high above the rows of the cedar tree. But here we are at the 3-year marker, tracing silver lines on the hotel sheets. The city lights are blinking like a broken transmission, while the tide dries the sand from the empty streets. We built this house out of glances and patience, and guarded the flame from the biting breeze. Now the silence feels like a warm benediction high above the rows of the cedar trees. The dust is settled on the heavy maps I drew. I burned the blueprints that I thought were true. Now I am stepping out beyond the garden gate to settle scores with my own restless fate. The road ahead is jagged like a broken glass, watching all the shadows of my former shadows pass. I saw a man who traded visions for a coin, and felt the hollow ache where all the circles join. They told me history was written in the stone, but I will find a dialect that I can call my own. It is not about the kingdom or the golden key. It is about silence where I finally meet me. This is the pilgrimage across the inner wild, the reconciliation of the prophet and the child. No witness needed for the fire that I light. I am testifying to the depth of the night. Validation is a ghost that fades away when the spirit finds the courage just to stay. They will ask for credentials and a hollow name. They will try to wrap your hunger in a frame, but the pulse is stronger and the theory or the raw. Moving through the wreckage with a sense of awe. Let the records burn and let the critics sleep. I have promises to my own soul to keep. So I leave the heavy trophies on a shelf. I am unlearning every version of myself. The wind is stripped of every borrowed melody. As I walk into the stark reality, no more hiding in the crowd. Or is the sky looking straight into the center of the eye? This is the pilgrimage across the inner wild, the reconciliation of a traffic and a child. No witness needed for the fire that I light. I am testifying to the depths of the night. Validation is a dose that fades away when the spirit finds the courage just to stay. The dust has settled on the porch of my father's house. I packed the heavy shadows in a trunk of worn-out hide. The road ahead is a vein bleeding into the distance. I am moving toward a city that does not know my name. The iron gates are closing on the fields of my youth. I saw the ghosts of the harvest waving from the fence. But there is a fire burning in the hollow of my chest. The steam from the engine masks the salt on my face. I am trading the quiet hills for a roar of the crowd. A different kind of hunger is pulling at my sleeve. The moon is a cool silver coin tossed in black. We are dancing on the edge of a world we just found. Throw the glasses to the floor and let the liquid run. Forget the soil and the toil under the sun. The night is a peace that we have finally tamed. In this loud celebration when no one is blamed, they gather in a room where the rafters are shaking. Faces blurred like charcoal drawings in a heavy rain. A woman with jewels like frozen tears tells a story of a place she once belonged but cannot find anymore. We are all refugees of the daylight seeking a spark. A fiddler is playing a tune that sounds like a fever. I drank until the floor felt like the deck of a ship. The scent of foreign perfume mixes with the smoke. I used to know the direction north wind. Now I only know the pulse of this crowded fort. The lantern is swinging high above the level me. The pale light is carving lines into our weary skin. We are far from the valleys where the silence grows. We're closer to the truth that the midnight knows. The moon is a cold silver coin tossed in a black. We are dancing on the edge of a world we just found. Throw the glasses to the floor and yet the liquid run. Forget the soil and the toil under the sun. The night is a beast that we have finally came. In this loud celebration where no one is playing. The moon is a cold silver coin tossed in the black. We are dancing on the edge of a world we just found. Throw the glasses to the floor and let the liquid run.